Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital age, businesses rely on robust technology to stay competitive. SAP Advanced Business Application Programming on HANA is one such powerful tool. Let's explore the dynamic blend of SAP's ABAP language and HANA's advanced capabilities. But first, let's grasp the essence of SAP ABAP on HANA. SAP ABAP on HANA isn't just a buzzword, it's a game changer. With 30,000 plus businesses already benefiting, it reduces data footprint by up to 90%, enabling lightning-fast analysis and real-time insights. Think of processing vast data in seconds, driving agile decisions and innovation. It's not just about efficiency, but about staying ahead in today's competitive landscape. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. 1. Components of SAP. 2. SAP GUI. 3. Accessing ABAP. 4. ABAP Programming Fundamentals. 5. Control statements and operators. Let's dive in.
So let me set the expectations about this program team, because as we have various group of audiences over here in this training. Normally, how TCS is actually planning the training programs. This particular session is SAP ABAP on HANA. This is basically the introduction part, introduction of SAP ABAP towards HANA and SAP S4 HANA. Definitely those who are experienced in SAP ABAP, around I found about 3 to 4 people, also will come to know some new things about SAP S4 HANA in this course. But this 80 hours training program itself is not going to teach you everything what is there inside ABAP, right? That is definitely not possible as well, because it will definitely need to cover about everything what is there in ABAP, including all latest and greatest stuff together. Easily it will be taking about 300 hours of training is required. TCS is doing, but not all at once in a single shot. So as I said also before, so this particular training program is basically intended for introduce SAP ABAP, introduce SAP technologies to the people, and also the basic in the sense of what I mean to say is about the essential skills what are required to kick off to kickstart your ABAP journey. So here in this course, ABAP programming basics, data dictionary objectives, how to develop report programs, how to develop smart forms, how to do basic enhancements and the debugging techniques, and the introduction to the latest technologies of SAP S4 HANA like OData, CDS views. Just that is about the introduction part only. That will be covered in this 80 hours of course program. Accordingly, that course agenda also has been prepared. The materials, exercises, everything has been prepared as such. All the group of people here, mostly those who are new to SAP ABAP and those who are SAP functional, definitely will be in a position to grab more out of this particular course program. Once if you complete this 80 hours of training program, after you get an opportunity to work either in a project or after you do spend some time on doing some hands-on, then there is another program basically is coming out from again TCS, and you will be nominated for this program according to your leads, according to your project requirements. So during that time, how the leads will nominate the people for that advanced ABAP program is all about like those who have already completed this essential program, basic core program. And I am also even expect all the people in that program, only those who already learnt ABAP, who knows things well in detail in ABAP, only are eligible for the program to attend, because there, once again, I don't have the option to start from the scratch. Straight away, we will get into the topics. Okay, get start how to create a OData service. We will directly get into that. We will directly jump into that, and then we'll start explain about, okay, let's create an OData service, consume external OData in your ABAP code, and expose your OData service for external world. Something like that we do get start. So people who doesn't know anything about ABAP, for them it will be like a Malayalam movie. They cannot. I mean to say about that. Other than picture what is coming on the screen, nothing else can be understood because uh, freshers cannot. It is at an advanced level of program. That is part two, and there is another thing that is called part three. So that is basically is all about taking ABAP towards the cloud infrastructure or RAP application developments. That is completely taking ABAP onto the cloud and making cloud-based developments and cloud-based communications. That is far away different from this basic core part. So like that, your ABAP program is actually taking place from the basics to the top-notch in three different stages. Among that, this particular program is about the stage one. Most of the times, the audiences also will be chosen for this program who are in that zone, who are basically required to attend this program. Some of the people who are here who already know ABAP um, to some extent well and worked on ABAP quite for some good time, they will come to know about S4HANA introduction and S4HANA part only, but not really uh, you know, uh, the very advanced things like about CDS views, BOPFs, OData creations, etc. As that is not going to be covered in this course in these 80 hours of scheduled day. Because as I already said, 80 plus 80 plus 80, it is a complete course of about 200 and 242, including project. It is closely coming about 300 hours of training program where end-to-end stuff things will get covered. But for that, this is the starting stone, starting step, and your journey will get started here. Okay, Tim, let's start our journey today with the first question. What is SAP? SAP stands for Systems, Applications, and Products. That is the abbreviation form. Everyone almost knows that. Even my question is also more beyond that, not about the abbreviation form, but what is SAP? Yeah. So feel free to share, team. You can feel very comfortable with me. All this interaction is all to help you out only, nothing else. Absolutely, right or wrong, you are not going to be assessed on that anyway. So you can say anything. What is SAP? In your own way. What do you answer? Suppose you went to home, your sister or cousin brother somewhere is there, and you told them that hey, today onwards I'm attending some SAP training. Oh, is it? They don't know anything. Then they asked what is SAP. She is he or she is little interested, curiosity. She wanted to know just a little about SAP. She asked you, hey, oh, is it you're attending a training? Okay, that's fine. What is this SAP? Same question. What do you say to them? What answer you will give? To say for your sister or brother who asked it at your home, you said that it is a licensed software for so and so purpose. Why are we buying that? Because always we will spend some money and we will buy something when there is some purpose out of it, right? When there is some need and when that product is basically fulfilling that purpose, then only we will buy that one. We'll spend some money and we'll buy that one. Absolutely. That's good. I will ask another question similar to that. Now let us try to see the differences uh, in the answers you are saying. What is Microsoft? Microsoft, what is Microsoft? Simple question, simple answer. So what is Microsoft? If someone who doesn't know anything like at our home, our mom doesn't know anything about IT, but she saw that name in some advertisement and she asked what is Microsoft. What do we say answer? It is a company, isn't it? Then definitely out of curiosity, oh, is it? Is it a company? What kind of company is it? She will ask. Then you will say, yeah, it is a software company, IT company. Oh, is it a IT company? Okay. So what kind of IT company is it? Yeah, it is about some product-based company. Oh, is it a product-based company? Okay, what kind of products are they selling? Then you can sell, yeah, they are selling Windows, MS Office, Microsoft Dynamics, Microsoft SQL, so many. Oh, is it? Okay, among that, what is the most best selling product from that company? And say all these things. Similarly, she asked, what is Apple? What do you say, Tim? I mean, not about our eating Apple, I'm saying same our iPhone Apple. Right. Basically, it is also a company, right? Exactly. See, the exact answer, the right answer, we should be able to frame for anything what we are learning, what we are exploring, what we are finding, team. It may looks a little funny, but See, when a layman is basically wanted to know something, you should be able to define that in a very precise way. Similarly, the question is, what is SAP? Now you tell me, team, what do you say? You see, earlier these answers were not there. It's a company, products, business modules, business softwares. We are talking all the things. Honestly, those are all maybe the lateral story, which are not relevant to this part first. SAP is a company registered company. What is Reliance? A company. What is Tata? Tata is a car, or Tata is a power, or Tata is a steel. What is Tata? Or Tata is a TCS. It's a company, group company. Multiple groups are there inside. SAP is a company, not US based company, not Indian based company, European based company, German based company. A company established in 1970s in Germany. So when a company starts, every company will have certain, objectives for them to do the business. Company anybody will establish to do the business. What business do they wanted to do? What business for doing what business have they started that company? They started that company for developing and selling some software products. That's it. As like Microsoft. Why Microsoft started? So why Apple started? Apple not started actually for developing softwares and sell in the market. Apple started actually for manufacturing devices. Well, that's not the target. Like SAP as a company, SAP doesn't have any interest actually in selling any phones. SAP doesn't have interest in manufacturing any cars. They don't want to manufacture cars. They don't want to manufacture phones. But Apple is interested in that. Why not Apple not selling so many products, software products, as like Microsoft in the market? Of course, that is not their area of interest. That's not their area of interest. That's not their area of interest. Okay? They wanted, like Apple is basically from the beginning itself, they wanted to give the best of the age devices to the people, consumer goods, about like iPods initially they started with. And from there on, the journey where it is today on their Apple iPhone, right? One of the best. They wanted to give the best in the market. No matter what, no as many companies as came into this smartphone industry, still everyone feel proud once the moment they have the Apple iPhone in their hand. Even there are phones which are even costlier than Apple iPhone, like Galaxy S24 and etc. etc. But still, Apple iPhone is Apple iPhone. They set that benchmark. They set that trend. They wanted to be the best. Similarly, SAP also the same. Microsoft also the same. There is nowhere other operating system than Windows in the world. For last 30 years, more than that, Microsoft is ruling this world with their Windows operating system, personal operating system. There are more than 200 operating systems available in the market today. But when it comes to the personal computing, of course, iOS is there from Apple, but only supported for Apple manufactured devices only. As like one more interesting personal usage operating system. Here I'm not talking about the server level operating systems, but personal use operating system when it comes to why there is like when you go to a shop to buy a laptop, whether you buy Lenovo laptop or Dell laptop or HP laptop, in all of that, the only common operating system you are finding is Windows. The highest revenues Microsoft is generating only on top of their Windows only. Then why not no other company developed an operating system as a competition to Windows? That's not that easy. And Microsoft made it. That's it. Why not? There is no other competitor for Apple iPhone. They made it like that only. That's the brand, the dedication, the effort they put in, the research they put in, the investments they made on that. What made them like unique in the world, as like Windows. Similarly, SAP also as a company when they started, their objective is to develop the world best class business softwares. Now, last year only, SAP has completed 50 years of their journey. 1973 they started, so they have completed their 50 years, right? 50 years journey. Where all these 50 years of time, as a company, SAP focus is on giving the best of the best industry solution, best of the best business software, business applications to the business industries. They have no other interest in making anything, doing anything, this and that, like Xbox games. They can also do that. They don't want. That's not their area of interest. So as a company, SAP, as like any other IT companies like Microsoft, like Oracle, right? Like Sybase, like so many. As I said, they wanted to develop some best of the best business applications for helping the companies to operate their business transactions. Why is it so special? Yes, team, exactly. Because business, when it comes to business, business is always about a very complex activity. Lot of departments will be there inside a business. In a business, lot of transactions will take place every minute, every second. Those are called enterprises, very big organizations, very big operations. For example, there is a small shop store, some stationery shop, and he is selling about some books, pens, okay, and other stationery goods. So today, how much of sales done? Maybe in that store, the shop owner and to help him out, another boy will be there. Only two. So two people are working in that shop. They are getting their monthly salary. So how much stock is there in their shop and how much is sold out, and on that day how much of sales happened and how much stock still left over, and should he place any orders, because all the Parker pens are getting over. Now he has to place an order, right, to the suppliers, that because all the existing goods are already sold out. So he wanted to still, even he can maintain all his business just by in an Excel sheet or in a small book. He can note down the things, and still even he can able to operate his business. But that's not the scenario with an enterprise. Enterprises means very big organizations, very huge organizations. Huge amount of processes are taking place in terms of their manufacturing, sales, procuring goods, and employees, their salaries, and their revenues, their expenditures, their assets, and whatnot. Then, in order to manage their business, execute their business, they need one of the best software, without which they cannot able to operate their business comfortably. The moment they are not able to execute the transactions effectively, when they are not able to track things, when whatever is happening in their business, how can they run their business? There is no point of running their business. Let us take about some company like Maruti Suzuki, or let's take Hyundai company. Hyundai is actually manufacturing cars in India and selling the cars, or MG Motors, importing the raw materials, assembling the things here, and selling. How many cars they are selling? How many cars every day going for service centers for doing servicing? How many spare parts they're replacing in every car that is coming for the service station? How many employees are working for them in their sales unit? And how much of material they are buying, raw materials they're importing, and then they are selling, the taxation, their employees, their salaries. How do they manage all these things? Will they do it in an Excel sheet, or will they do it with any software application which they can buy in the market for 10,000 to 20,000 bucks? No way. Professional applications are required. Professional softwares are required. Those softwares are called, those softwares are called enterprise ERPs, ERP products. Let me tell you this. I will give you some examples. Windows, iOS, and OS2, and Unix, Linux. What are all these?
Operating system.
Operating systems. They're all operating systems. So one is more powerful, one is personal, but anyhow, they're all operating systems. And you know what is an operating system does? Operating system is basically letting the platform in your computer and making your computer get operate, and that operating system will let you the rest of the applications to run, like Windows. Your laptop will get boot up, and then you can install certain applications on top of Windows, and you can use them. Similarly, C, C++, Java, .NET, ABAP, Python. What are all these? Programming languages. So programming languages is again a different category. They're all intended for developing some programs developing new applications, and then use that. Similarly, SQL, Oracle, DB2, MaxDB, MongoDB. What are all these? These are all databases. So again, databases are again different group of so many database products are there in the market, but they're all intended for the same. They're all database management tools, database management software. Used for what purpose? For capturing some data, store the data in the tables, and retrieve the data in a more secured way. So that is all the activities of generally a database software system. Now for my company, now I started one enterprise here. So maybe some one car manufacturing company I started, a very big company, where thousands of people, labor, engineers, manufacturing, they are working. Multiple plants are there in India, and we are importing, we are buying a lot of raw materials, and after that we are manufacturing some goods. Finally, we are selling that goods to our dealers, and dealers selling that goods in the retail market. That is all. So for my company to operate my day-to-day transactions, what is called my day-to-day transactions? My sales orders, my purchase orders, my deliveries, my invoices, my material stock, my plant data, my production orders, everything. They're all my business transactions. To manage them, to enter that data in the system, to store the data in the system, and to retrieve how many sales orders created in the last 3 days. Among that, especially in South India, especially from Chennai and Bangalore and Hyderabad, from these three cities only, what is the total value of the sales orders that are generated in the last 3 days of that? My requirement can be anything. I just wanted the data just to come like this in fraction of seconds. Who will do this for me? In an Excel, should I sit and do the filterings and drop the calculations and do the calculations? No way, it cannot be. We need some software for doing all these activities. Organizing my enterprise operations, managing my enterprise data, managing my enterprise transactions, I need one software. That software is called ERP. So being the owner of this particular company, now company started. To operate my company, I need one software. I don't want operating system. I don't want a programming language. I don't want a database. What I want here, Tim? I want one product, that is called ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning. All the products are called ERPs. There are so many ERPs available in the market. Now I came out and I started searching for what? What I'm planning to buy now?
Best ERP.
Best ERP. I wanted one ERP. See, team, ERP means I wanted one programming language. Am I searching for best programming language? No. Am I searching for best database? No. I am searching for a product to operate my business. That product category, what is that type called? That type is called ERP. I am looking for one best ERP so that I can spend the money, I can buy that, and I can use that for my company operations. In that search, I came to know, oh my God, 30-40 ERP products are there in the market. Microsoft also selling one ERP product. Don't say MS Office. MS Office is not ERP product. Microsoft is selling one ERP product. Oracle company selling one ERP product. Bond company, Sybase company, Salesforce company. So many companies are selling ERP products. So I can buy any one of the ERP product to operate my business. Some ERP products are very cheap, very less cost. Some ERP products are very costly. Then what should I buy? Which should I buy? That is definitely a mission critical decision. The reason is a lot of factors we need to consider. What is the cost of that product? If I buy that product, for example, Microsoft is selling that ERP product. Oracle also, as a company, What is Oracle? Same company. And ADJ words and whatnot. So many Sybase and so many. What is this listing? When I entered into the market, when I started looking for ERP product, then I understood that all these companies are selling ERP. Someone's ERP is low cost, someone's ERP is more cost. Then I started looking at it because ultimately it should help me out to operate my business. Not matter of the cost, but is it to what level will it fit to my business needs to operate my organization requirements? What kind of organization my company is? What kind of requirements do I have? If I buy Microsoft company's ERP, will it able to satisfy all my needs? Will it able to fulfill all my requirements? I found that there are certain things not available in Microsoft ERP. Then I said, no. I don't want to buy Microsoft ERP, but let me check, will Oracle company's ERP product will fit to my business? No, because of certain things as not available there, but you wanted that. For example, your search ended here only. You decided that, oh, absolutely, this is what I am looking for. I don't want anything more. Whatever I am looking for, all of that can be done by using this product, and also coming out in my affordable cost. I will go and I will buy that. Then I buy an ERP product from Microsoft company. So company is Microsoft. What I bought from Microsoft? Did you buy any Xbox?
ERP software.
One ERP software. What is that software name? From Microsoft, you will buy, for every software there should be some name. Microsoft is selling Windows, MS Office, SQL Server, like that. Every software they will name Microsoft Azure, etc., etc. Dynamics. So Dynamics 365 is a ERP product available from Microsoft. Generally, mid-size companies with about certain sales processes, procurement and finance operations they can do. They can manage that. But about plant, about HR operations, about payrolls, and about lot many things, they are not available there in Microsoft ERP. So even if we buy Microsoft ERP product, which is there in the market in the name of Dynamics 365, we can use that, but still 100% it is not addressing all your company requirements. Similarly, I found the gaps as such with Oracle company, Barn company ERP. And finally, when I went there, I just got amazed by looking at things what are available in SAP's ERP product. As your best smartphone search will end up with Apple iPhone mostly for most of the people. Still, some people don't like Apple iPhone. That is their personal wish team. But majority I'm talking about, as 90%, 80 to 90% people's search will end up to have the best smartphone in their life. As their search finally will go and end up with the Apple iPhone. The companies who are looking really the best of the best product for operating their business, I'm sure their search will end up with the SAP's products, SAP's ERP, because of their predominant control, because of their excellency, because of their proven track record, because of their dedication. That's the reasons more than 75% of the global enterprises are today relay and operating their business transactions on SAP's ERP. So that figures itself is showing what is their overall existency, occupancy in the ERP industry. So that is the story about SAP ERP team. Okay, if you buy SAP ERP, what is the product name? Okay, team. Finally, for my company, for my automobile manufacturing company, I decided to buy whose software. I decided to buy SAP's software. So I went to SAP company and I told them SAP people, I am buying your ERP. I saw that, but I was not convinced with other ERPs, and I am buying your ERP. I will pay the amount, and they sold me that ERP product. I will bring that CDs, I will install that software in my servers, and I will get start use that. But what is that product name you bought from SAP? What is that ERP product name? Microsoft is the company. From Microsoft, what you bought? You bought one ERP product. It is category. And what is the product name? Dynamics 365. Is it a database or is it a ERP product? It is an ERP product, right? Similarly, SAP as a company, I bought an ERP product from them. Earlier, we used it to buy a product in the name of R3 long ago. So they used it to sell a product called R3. Like Rajmouli taken the movie RRR. Similarly, they named that product as R3. Earlier, before that, R1, R2 were also there. But R3 was a very big success, huge success, and R3 they used it to sell in 1990s. So if you go to SAP and if you ask them, please, what is your ERP product? They use it to sell you a product. That product name is SAP R3. And after a while, with few more editions, that product got changed to ECC version number 5, then ECC 6, etc. So in the year 2000s timeframe, if you go to SAP and if you wanted to buy SAP ERP, they stopped selling R3. Why would they? That is a little older version, and they started selling ECC 6. So the product got renamed with a lot many features, lot many advancements within that. Again, over a period of time, that product nowadays, if you go and if you ask SAP, I wanted to buy your ERP product, then they will sell you a product called. So this is how the product journey has taken place. Now for everything you have the abbreviations. Now you tell me, team, what is S4HANA 2023? If someone asks you what is S4HANA 2023, what will you say? You are saying S4HANA is the latest ERP product from SAP. Does that mean is SAP selling other products also along with S4HANA? Yes. This is only one type of product, that is ERP. Is Microsoft selling only Windows? No way, right? They have multiple products in the market from Microsoft for different purposes. SAP also selling so many products. What is among that? What is S4HANA 2023? Okay, 2023, keep it aside version number. What is S4HANA? S4HANA is the latest ERP product from SAP. Then what is ECC? What do you answer for ECC? What is ECC? What do you answer, Tim, now? So ECC 6 was your previous or little older ERP product from SAP. So this is my S4 HANA, an ERP product, the latest ERP product. Earlier in this place, we used to have ECC, right? So does that mean that SAP is only selling S4 HANA? Nothing else more? What else are the other products we have from SAP team as per your knowledge and understanding? We have SAP BW, BW,
Field class.
Then we have, earlier SAP SRM. Nowadays we have replaced that one with Ariba, of course, but SAP SRM and many more. Yes, Serum. Many more as such. And among this, intentionally, I made this S4HANA a little bigger. That box also I made it little bigger, that oval, because this is very important. That's the reasons we also call it as like core. Sometimes you will find this one also as like core. You know the meaning of core, right? Center, important. The core functionality, the core business operations about your master data, about your sales, about your procurement, finance, and the day-to-day transactions, operations data completely will be managed by S4HANA. Again, that doesn't mean that once if you buy the license of S4HANA, nothing else more is required. Our organizations are not like that as such. As I told you, enterprises are, engaged with so much of complexity. They will be having so much of requirements, and if you eventually come to know, the entire company alone will not run only on SAP solutions also. Along with SAP solutions, they will be using so many non-SAP solutions also. And again, you will get hurt. Why are they using non-SAP solutions? Because for certain areas there is no solution from SAP available. SAP is not making that. And definitely, I must buy certain non-SAP solution only for that. SAP is also not making that and selling that for that area to take up. For example, though I have SAP S4HANA, I wanted SRM solution also, supplier relationship management. This is more sophisticated solution, especially for having very effective, supplier relationship management. And when I look for SRM, SRM is a category again, like ERP, SRM is a category. So when I wanted one SRM solution, again I have plenty of options. I can buy Microsoft SRM, I can buy SAP SRM, and I can buy. There is one more famous company for SRM. I am not able to recall. Whose SRM it is? Very well known SRM. Okay, not important right now. So many SRMs are there. So when I'm looking for SRM, as like before ERP, I will again start my search. I want best SRM, best SRM, best SRM, like that. I will again go and check the cost and the functionality of Microsoft SRM, Sybase SRM, SAP SRM. Finally, I decided I wanted to go with Microsoft SRM. Of course, that's my wish, my choice. So S4HANA, I'm using ERP product I'm using from SAP, but SRM product I'm using from Microsoft. Got it? So one company's landscape will be like this. So these are all various SAP products, and SAP Ariba, SAP SuccessFactors, and SAP Fieldglass kind of newer solutions. I will keep it little aside, and I will keep them in some different color team. Why I made them like this, I will tell you the reason. Usually, all these products you will buy. You will install that in your server. First, you will buy one server also. You will install that in that server, and you will use that system. So these are all locally available for you. But certain solutions like Ariba, SuccessFactors, as I said, like these are all new age solutions. So they're all cloud-based solutions. So there is nothing to get install anything in your local servers, in your local machinery. That are all available directly in the cloud. You have to pay the license cost, and you can start using them. You can start accessing them from your browser. So no deployment, no installation, no configuration. I mean, configuration in the sense nothing need to be done from your end part. They are completely cloud-based solutions. You will pay the amount, you will pay the license cost. You will subscribe to that, and then you will start use that. Now within this, what is the need of our ABAP? Why we are coming to this journey? If you look at most of these products, not only about SAP S4 HANA, SAP SRM, SAP CRM, SAP APO, SAP BW, and whatnot. Many more. I can list out more than 200 products. SAP IS Retail is there, SAP Oil and Gas is there, SAP RFIX is there, whatnot. So many products. Among that, this is one. But of course, one important product. All these products, product means what? Some software product, right? Not about a wooden product or not about a plastic product. It is a software product. So software product means obviously every one of us knows that that product is made by writing some coding. Behind every product, behind every application, there will be some coding. By writing some coding only, one application will come out, and all that applications, if you group together, that itself is called as a product. So individual tiny applications together, we call it as like a product. And each of that application is developed by writing some coding. Then what is the coding that SAP used for writing all these applications? That is called your ABAP. So ABAP as their programming language, because SAP was very particular, they don't want to use other languages whichever available by that time in the market. But because they know that what type of products they're planning to produce and sell in the market, to develop that kind of products, whatever features that are required in a programming language, they made all of them injected in that, and they made SAP ABAP as such a programming language, a very powerful, robust programming language, especially for developing business applications. Why so special about ABAP? ABAP is such a language which is fully designed. So that ABAP language born. So the purpose of that language is basically about to develop the business applications. What is so special about business applications? See, certain things are very crucial about business applications. Number one, volume. Always business applications will process lakhs of records at any moment. Right? The volumes are very high. And quicker response. The data, the queries, the operations has to be performed so faster. Otherwise, I cannot able to, if customer waits in the queue for every one person, if I'm taking 5 to 10 minutes time to create one single invoice, the people line will end up till evening also, even I cannot able to complete all my orders. Speed, robustness, and security of the data, security of the applications. And all these things are very, very special characteristics which are required for a program. And internationalization. That particular language should develop the applications which will support multiple languages, so that people from Germany, people from China, people from Japan, people from India and US also can able to operate the applications in their own local languages. So all these features should be there. All these capabilities should be there to that kind of programming language you are using. What is that language? ABAP. SAP made that ABAP language as such. And after that, they started developing all these business products so successfully, and it is proven. Then, when SAP is using ABAP language and developing all these products, what is our need? Why should we learn ABAP language now? Same purpose, team. These products are, yes, you are right, your question is very valid. These products are made with ABAP language only, I agree. These products are directly sold to customers, and customers can directly use them. But again, there is a challenge. As we have been discussing from the very beginning about the complexity of enterprises, companies are very, it is beyond your imagination. At this level of your experience, you will not be able to visualize that also too. Enterprises are so complex. So these products 100% will not fit to their requirements. There will be some need to tweak that applications, do some alterations, adding some more additional things in that applications in order to make that applications fully fit to every company's exact requirements. Because no company will do the transactions as like other companies. For example, if you look at State Bank of India, ICICI, Axis Bank, Kotak Bank, they're all banks only. They're all doing the same job, banking sector only. But if you go and see their internal process, even the money that the deposit Chalana form format itself will be different from a bank to bank. Their internal processes, transactions, everything will do on their own specific way. So this product, though all of them bought this product, but that product once again need to be undergone through certain changes before they can use that. Without that changes made, that products they cannot able to use it, which they don't like that. Then our existence will come into picture. But who will do that? For example, I am the enterprise owner, right? I'm the entrepreneur and I started a company and I bought SAP S4 HANA, which is completely developed. It is completely developed product. S4 HANA is a ready-made product to use, which I bought it from SAP. But can I go and use it directly? Means I cannot, because certain changes are required in that according to our business needs. Then I will ask to SAP, hey, can you please do these changes? Then SAP will say, sorry, we don't have time. You please reach to one of the service partners. They will do the changes, whatever you need. Oh, is it? Then who are the service partners? Then SAP will say, you please go and talk to TCS, Infosys, Wipro, Deloitte, whatnot. Then, being the owner of the company, I will call to TCS. Hey, I bought SAP S4 HANA, but I wanted some changes in that. Can you please help me out by deploying your team so that they will do the changes, whatever I need, so that I can use. And after that, in case I need even further your support, in case if there are any issues coming up, in case if there are any further changes required, then also I will utilize your services. That's fine. We are a service company. We are here to serve you. We will provide the service and we will cost for the same. So I, as an entrepreneur, I made an agreement with TCS. So TCS will do all the changes in my S4 HANA and I will get start use that. But how TCS is doing? By making all of you assigned to that project, because you are the people who can do the changes what I want. You are the people, above skilled people, who can understand the standard coding and modify that coding according to my requirements. And you are the people who can able to develop some of the new applications according to my requirements, which are not there in S4 HANA. That is the story for what we are learning SAP ABAP. As a programming language, as a proprietary programming language of SAP, which we use, it is not an open source language like Java, Python, and others. It is a proprietary programming language. SAP invented that, and it is used only within SAP environments. So why we are learning about same job? Whenever there is a ready-made stuff, certainly alterations are required. For example, when you go to a shop and when you buy a jean, so you're not stitching it, it is a ready-made. When you buy the jean, definitely that will not fit 100% for you. The length of the jean is little high, little more, etc. You need to alter that length. The waist size you may have the requirement to alter that, and there will be some more alterations which are required, and all that alterations we are doing exactly to make that fit to you. Again, the company cannot do that alteration right for you. The service provider, for that alterations, to do that alterations, they do charge something. Certain things are free, certain things are chargeable. Same thing, same story here as well. ABAP born in 1970s, Java born in 1980s. So when ABAP started playing the game, even Java was not there in the world. Java not even born by that time. All right. In fact, Java born after the 85, after object-oriented programming principles are developed and introduced. So by birth, Java born as an object-oriented language. Object-oriented features are certain features. So many languages, all the latest languages will do support that. But if you look at the older languages like Pascal, COBOL, those, even it was not there. There was no such concept in the market. In the universe called object-oriented programming. That object-oriented programming concepts were even not introduced were not there, no, were not in the existence by the times when these languages were there. So that's why all these languages by born they were procedural languages. Java, C++, by birth they were object-oriented languages, because object-oriented features will increasing the efficiency of coding, will increasing the execution of the application and maintenance. That's the reasons eventually SAP people also injected that features in ABAP. Initially when ABAP born, ABAP was a procedural programming. Why it born as a procedural programming? Because that time that was the only way, that was the only style we had. There was no concept called object-oriented programming in 1970s, because those principles are created in 80s. Then eventually they have made ABAP language also, because over the period of time always continuous changes will take place, right? So ABAP also became object-oriented programming by year 2000 around. It become like from NetWeaver 7.0 by 7.0. It is introduced from Web Application Server 6.10 version onwards, so that you can see from R3 4.7. Before that, it was not there. So eventually, now this is now ABAP is absolutely a complete object-oriented programming language, 100%, as like Java and many more. So both languages are have their own set of advantages, sets, and other things. So that is the story for which we are learning this ABAP thing. So once if you learn ABAP, you are a technician. You will become a technician. These are all the cars sold by SAP. Being a technician, let the repair come anywhere. You can go and you can fix that, because you are a trained technician, and these are all the cars. So your company is basically offering services only, repair services only we are offering. We are not manufacturing the cars. Try to understand the difference. TCS is not manufacturing the cars. Like if you think all these are the cars, right? SAP already made these cars, sell the cars to customers. Customers are using that cars, but in every car, certain changes are required. It will bring that car to the garages like us, and we do that alterations, we do that fixes as they wanted. Left side steering we will remove and we will put it in right side steering. No, we don't. They will ask like that, but we will tell them no, that's not the right way of doing. That is where we are expertise. That is where we are providing the consultant services. You will think that steering should be there. No, steering should be here only. That is the rule. You don't know, it should be there only. Whatever is possible, whatever is feasible, we will make the changes as customer asking for, and we will give that. That car is having 4 wheels. If the customer is asking remove 1 wheel and make it only 3 wheel, we can do that being the technicians, but we will tell them what is the advantages and disadvantages they will experience by making that change. Still even if they want, if they convinced, if we convinced, we will make that change, because we are technicians. Being the technicians, trained technicians and expertise, we know how to fix any problem in the car. We'll fix that and we will give it, and we will make our customer happy for that. And what is that technology skill? That is your ABAP as a programming language. So for example, if you are a technician about to make some repairs in the car, usually you will use certain tools, right? When you are repairing anything to the car, you will be using certain equipments, right? Some tools are required for you, isn't it? Maybe like some wrenches, some kind of blades, I don't know exact names, and some vacuum based screw fixing machines. Certain tools you will use, so that you will completely disassemble, and then you will completely assemble all the spare parts together, and again you can make them get spread out everywhere, and again you can make them bring it up. So for doing all these things, you will be using certain tools. You will be trained on how to use that tools. Similarly, learning ABAP also is all about learning some tools. If you know these tools, how to use these tools, you are a perfect technician. Let's get into the job. Go and fix the car. For example, if you don't know how to operate that tool, come on, how can I give my car to you to do that repair? Still, even you are not holding that tool correctly. If you wrongly operate the tool, instead of removing the screw, just beside that there is a car windshield is there, which may get broken. The glass may get broken because you are not using the tools efficiently. Let's become expertise. The more expert you are, now I got a very imported car, very nice car. Some changes are required in that. To whom will I assign that car?
Can you repeat it, Sriram?
Does that mean are you guys not following me?
No, for my understanding.
Right. No. It's okay. Just follow this team. Explaining these things actually taking so much of my energy. But why am I saying these things? Still, I know there is a purpose. So now I got one order. One of the customers bring very latest, very costly car he brought into my store to do some repairs. So to whom will I assign that to take up the job? More than experienced, most efficient person, right? Because I'm pretty confident on him. If you take up the job, he will do that. He knows. He gained very good experience. He's very efficient. Similarly, in your ABAP, if I get a task, whom should I give to? Does he know how to use that tool very properly? Is he expert in using that tool? Yes. So
Yes.
learning ABAP is nothing but learning about more tools. You are becoming a technician. And let's learn these tools. What are these tools we have? We have a tool called ABAP Editor. So first, when you join here to learn about car repairing, first I will give you one screwdriver, and I will teach you first how to remove the screws and how to fix the screws. Once you become very good in operating that screwdriver, then I will take you to the next tool, and I will teach you how to hold the tool, how to operate the tool more effectively, and when to use, when to not use, for what purpose we should use. So when you have to use a wrench, in place of wrench, if you are trying to do that with screwdriver, what will happen? Certain activity you should do with the wrench instead of, or with a hammer, instead of that you're picking up screwdriver and you're trying to do that with screwdriver. What will happen? Either thing will not get done in time, or it may even it may get done in worse manner than expected. Similarly, there is other tool called ABAP Dictionary. We will discuss what is the use of all these things. So then there is other tool about as many tools as you know, that much of efficient worker you are, efficient technician you are. If you know only a few tools, I always make them do only those tasks because they don't know the rest of the tools. So they cannot take up that activities. Learning ABAP is as such only. It is all about getting ready to make the repairs in a car by equipping with these tools. We will begin with this one. Let us try to understand the SAP architecture first. So once if you know using all these tools, where will you do that repairs team? Where will you do all that repairs?
In SAP.
No, here as per this slide, where will?
In S4 HANA core.
No, anywhere in any of these products.
Yes,
because
yes,
all
yes.
you see, because
yes.
all these products also are written by the same language, right?
Correct, yes.
Simple. So you're not learning ABAP for S4 HANA. Team, are you getting me? You're not learning. So it's not that you will only repair only I-20 cars, not about Verna cars, nothing like that. Once you become a technician, you can able to handle Hyundai i20, Hyundai Creta, Hyundai Verna, and Hyundai everything. You're a certified Hyundai technician. Simple. Any car you can take up. They all follow the similar engineering guidelines. Similarly, these are all SAP products. All products are developed by ABAP language. Customers are buying these products. Customer wanted some changes in any of these products. The task will come to you. You will go and you will do that. You are learning a neutral one. You are not learning S4 HANA. You are learning the technical stuff, what is there behind all these products. That language you are learning. As long as the product is written in APO, you want to, in CRM, you wanted to make some changes. Yeah, you can go and you can do that again with your ABAP skills. If you want some alteration to happen on SAP SRM, absolutely, you can go and you can do that. Similarly, everywhere. But majority of the times we are learning this ABAP in S4 HANA. Always we will think that ABAP is there inside S4 HANA. No, ABAP is there in every of these servers. ABAP language is there in all these products. In all these products, in all these servers, ABAP programs are there, ABAP language is there. For example, if you have a APO system or if you have CRM server, can you go and learn SAP ABAP? Absolutely, you can learn. For learning SAP ABAP, do I need S4 HANA server? No, I need a server where ABAP is existed. If ABAP is existed, I can go and I can learn ABAP from there also. Should we think ABAP is integral part of S4 HANA? ABAP is part of every SAP server, every SAP product. How that evolution happened? If you look at SAP R3,
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a feature of ABAP on HANA? Option A, code pushdown. Option B, code pushdown. Option C, data aging. Option D, graphical user interface. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to become a whiz at managing supplies? Our SAP ABAP on HANA course is just what you need. You can take it at your speed on our site. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ABAP on HANA. It's like a toolkit for planning things, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced tips. It's created by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are pros who've been at this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students love the course too. Folks just like you have found our course super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP ABAP on HANA Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more details, head to ZaranTech's website.
So team, you looks like this is our server. Server in which you have installed SAP R3 or SAP ECC. So by installing that, what will happen in your server? Lot of programs will come and available for you for your users. Like F5, like VM. So by having your SAP R3 or ECC6, what will happen? Once if you install, what will you get? See, you bought you went to a shop, you bought Microsoft MS Office, you bought. So you bought MS Office, you paid 5,000 rupees, they gave you one CD. You bring that CD to your home, put it in your laptop, install the MS Office. Once if you install MS Office, what will you get in your laptop? So MS Office is installed.
Yeah.
MS Office is installed. So you say, oh, okay, is it completed? If I ask, you will say, yeah, MS Office is installed. Then if I ask you, okay, open MS Office, what will you open? But I am asking open MS Office now. So MS Office as a package, it is just the name of the package. Inside that you have individual applications. Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, MS Access, MS OneNote. There are so many applications like that. And all that applications together we are calling as your suite. Similarly, if you install R3 or ECC in a server, you will get all these applications: SD, MM, FICO, MPP, QM, HR. So many modules will be there. Now, what do you wanted to execute? Some SD transactions, some MM programs, some FSCO programs. You can run them, you can open them, and you can use them. Along with that, in the server, you will always find one database also in. So here is one database I'm trying to do. So you must have in the server, you must install one database also, because when you are using SD, MM, FI, lot of transactions are getting created. Nothing but you are creating some sales orders, purchase orders. Then where are all getting stored? They all will getting stored inside some tables. So these are all some tables looks like. But to hold the tables, we always need one database. That also you need that, right? So whatever sales orders, purchase orders, inquiries you are creating, all of them will get stored in these tables. But where the tables will reside for keeping the tables in a very secured space, we always need one database system. So this is called RDBMS. So normally in your server, you will be having the setup like this. You will install SAP R3 or ECC, by which you will get a lot of business modules. And along with that, you need to have one database also. Inside the database, you will be having a lot of standard tables. So that tables also created at the time of installing your ECC. Now, if you open SD transactions, MM transactions, the relevant data what you are posting will go and get saved in all these tables. This is how we use it to work on for some time. But over a period of time, you know what happened to this is the innovation taken place. Companies, their choice. They want to go with Oracle, they can go Oracle database. If companies want to go with Microsoft SQL database, they can go. But these databases, licensing cost and performance wise, and because of some other dependency factors, SAP has decided to come up with their own database instead of depending on others. That was the time they made this SAP HANA. So HANA has SAP's own database. Actually, here I'm limiting myself only as like a database team. HANA is more than a database. It is a completely full-length platform actually. We should not limit our definition only with the database. It is more than database. I will slowly introduce, but for your easiest understanding, I'm trying to frame it as simple as possible. So instead of go for Oracle server or SQL server or any other third-party database systems, SAP is saying that, hey, why don't you buy our own database? This is more powerful, 10 times performance difference it can bring you when comparatively your Oracle and SQL server. Oh, is it? Very happy. And that too, it is also coming from SAP. Okay, we will go with SAP HANA. Then people started replacing their Oracle. That Oracle they got replaced with this HANA database. If it happened like that, if any customer who is using SAP ECC with all the modules, but it is not running on Oracle or SQL. It is running on which database here now? On HANA. This particular server is called Suite on HANA. This particular system is called.
Sriyan, can I ask a doubt?
Yeah, 1 second. I will summarize this and I will. But still, SAP is not happy because of the innovation they brought in with HANA. So much of power is added, but still, why we are using the same old ECC program? Because all these ECC programs are programmed, according to Oracle. I mean, according to some third-party databases. All these programs are not really programmed by keeping HANA in mind. And SAP thought, now this is the time. Even our programs also should be rewritten. Our programs also should be recoded by leveraging the power of HANA. Because what HANA is saying that, hey, still even I can do much more things for you. But your program only written in such a bad old style, so that I am not really working out. I'm not able to give my complete potential to you. Can you rewrite that code according to HANA standards? Even much more. Already you are seeing the difference in the performance because of changing your database from Oracle to HANA. I can add even more power. I can add even much more to you. Are you ready? Then SAP did that. SAP has that ECC code line completely simplified, lot of tables removed, lot of application coding has been changed, which is completely recoded product. It is just not the name change from ECC to S4 HANA, but a complete simplified, recoded database tables, programming statements by using the complete power of HANA. And this product we are calling as SAP S4 HANA. So the old customers who are still using ECC today, they might be on Oracle or SQL Server, or they might have upgraded their database to HANA, but still their product is ECC. This particular setup is called Suite on HANA. But all the recent licenses, latest one, people will go for SAP S4 HANA, which is just not only the rebranded of SAP ECC, but also a completely recoded new code line. A new code line has been implemented here for all the modules by leveraging the power of HANA. This is introduced in the year 2015. From there on, every year they're coming up with one after one versions. And today we are using, customers are using around modules are same, ABAP is same, but this particular ABAP is having much more powerful features. We should learn that. We should code that also. While writing the code also, we should keep it in mind that our programming, our coding, our select statements, everything are working according to HANA. If we can do that way, you can see the efficiency in your code as well. All right, team. So this is how the innovation hierarchy taken place. Yes, please. Now it is open for questions. It is a database product from SAP, database component from SAP. We can understand like that. Without install this, first they will install database. They will get the license for this first. They will get the license from Oracle or SQL Server. They will install the database first. After they install the database, they will install R3 or ECC. During that time only, all these default standard tables, everything will get created in your database.
Okay.
See, any SAP server, if you wanted to have it, compulsory in that server, you must have one database, because all the records are getting stored inside the tables and inside the database only. So database is an integral component of that product. Compulsory, we must have one database, and everything will get installed and stored only inside the database. Whether you are using older databases or HANA database, depends on the product you are setting up. For example, you are going with Microsoft SRM. Whereas if you wanted to, sorry, not Microsoft SRM, I'm sorry, SAP SRM. So still depend on the SRM version you are making. Whether you wanted to go Oracle as a database or HANA as a database, if you have the options, you can go with it. But if you are installing S4 HANA 2022, still if this database, if I wanted to go with Oracle, there is no that option. SAP stop at that. No, you don't have that freedom to choose. Compulsory, this database also should be should be
HANA.
HANA only. It will not support, it will not work on the other databases. But still certain products are there where your customer is having their option. If the product supports, it can be installed on top of Oracle or it can be installed on top of HANA. For example, I wanted to go for ECC. Still I have that option. I can run my ECC either on top of Oracle or I can run my ECC on top of my HANA database. Got it?
Yes.
I have both options here. So this type, so team, this is not only about S/4HANA architecture, I mean to say. Any SAP server, SRM server, APO server, BW server, any SAP server will work like this. In all these servers, internally, ABAP will be there. So that ABAP engine is only letting all these programs running over there. ABAP as an engine, as a platform, as a language in which all these programs are written, are today executing on top of this ABAP engine only. That ABAP engine, that ABAP features only we are learning to make any modifications in these programs. It is the same architecture you will find everywhere, irrespective of the product we are talking about. No matter what ECC or S/4HANA or R3, ABAP remains the ABAP. But this ABAP is more powerful than this ABAP because this is the ABAP which is there in ECC server, might be little older ABAP, but the ABAP which is there in your S/4HANA server is the latest ABAP. The differentiation will come as such. And for this training course, there is one. So once if I, let me take this one directly so that can save somewhere. So there is one SAP S/4HANA server. So how do we connect it to this server and how do we write the coding tip? There are two options we have nowadays. Number one, in your system, you can have SAP GUI. SAP GUI like a browser, like a browser, it is a client application. So from here, by using your SAP GUI, you can connect it to your SAP server. You can connect it to this server. Then you can start write your ABAP programs. You can do start altering the programs. And nowadays we have this option called Eclipse. From Eclipse also we can able to do the developments of ABAP. We can able to write your ABAP coding, ABAP applications get done. You will connect here this server and same ABAP you will learn there also. Your applications also can be done. Normally Eclipse only from the ABAP side only I am talking about. But from SAP GUI, once if you connect so many transactions, applications, everything you can run there. But only from coding perspective only, we can do connect from Eclipse and we can do write ABAP. Only from ABAP point of view, I am saying. So you will have an SAP server from SAP GUI. You will connect it to that server, and then from there on, you will start learn how to write ABAP code. We will see how to start our ABAP journey both from SAP GUI and also we will understand things from Eclipse. And once if I return that application, just you think like this thing. I have created one new program here, not standard program. I have created one. You just think like this. this small orange one, using ABAP skills. So I have developed a new program. These are all standard programs, leave that one. But I have created a new program here with my own ABAP skills. Okay, that program is written, that program is ready. Now, if I run this program, if I test this program, where it will get run? It will run in the server and output will come, right? Output will come in your SAP GUI, you will see the output of that program, the result of the program. Sometimes, if that program is written in such a way, like a web application, then that program output will go to browser also. It will get done from the browser as well. So these are the multiple places we do connect to your server. So once if you have the server, now for this training, we have S/4HANA 2022 server. We will share you the credentials, how to log in. Most of you people knows that because you're all from here and there from SAP background only. Some are new who never log in into any SAP system also before. We will first connect it to one server. So SAP GUI is just something like browser, just something like Eclipse. It is also one client tool which you can download and install in your laptop. I think it is already there. Even if it is not there, we can download it and it will get installed in 5 minutes time, not more than that. But this is the software which is required to connect it to any SAP server. No matter what, S/4HANA, SRM, CRM, S/4HANA, any server we can connect as such. Learning ABAP is all about learning tools. How many tools are there as such? 40, 50 tools are there. As much as you are able to learn, that many you are going to learn. In this course, we are learning hardly about 7 to 8 different types of tools. Very lengthy introduction, I know, but it is required. Difficult for me also to speak continuously for 2 hours. But always day one sessions would be like that only. To set the path, to set my way of explanation, and to make the understanding approach to bring everyone aligned to one common style of, because you and me both should be in the similar page and in the similar sync, so that my explanation will make you also get aligned to that and will give better results. So for that, usually this is the model only. On the day one it will go more about talking, less about doing. But eventually from tomorrow onwards we'll be spending more on the system only, of course, along with some good explanation. Any suggestions, team, from any one of you? So we discussed about the background of SAP, the various products of SAP, the uses of various products, and one of the product is SAP S/4HANA, like SAP SRM, SAP CRM, SAP BW, SAP APO, SAP IS Retail, so many products. And the backbone of all these products is the same language, ABAP language. So customers will buy that products, but certain missing applications you will have the requirement to develop newly, and some of the existing applications you need to do some changes in that to make them fit to their business needs. For that, we are learning this ABAP skill. To practice this ABAP, you need to connect it to one of the server in which ABAP is available. So for this training, we are taking S/4HANA server. One SAP S/4HANA server we do use, and for that server we can connect from SAP GUI, Eclipse, from browser, various aspects. We will see advantages and everything. So normally in your personal system, you will have SAP GUI installed. So SAP GUI looks like this. On your desktop, it will appear as like a shortcut icon. In your programs, you do install that. SAP logon, it will come like this, logon pad, just hardly some MB space only. So this is one kind of like a browser, a client tool to connect it to one SAP server. So that one we are using here, SAP GUI. So once if I go there, as I said, my company might be using so many servers team. So many SAP servers will be there. You just think like SRM server, CRM server, BW server, APO server, so and so, as such. Now I wanted to connect it to some ECC server. How do we maintain these details? Your IT admin will give you the details. Now you wanted to connect it to one more server. You can add that server details also. Click on new. For suppose SRM server. About that SAP server, there will be one system ID. It is a 3-character word. I'm creating some dummy one now. See, what I'm trying to do is that now today you wanted to connect it to one different SAP server. About that server, some details will be shared with you by your administrator, by your IT admin. So just you have to add one more entry here about that server. Already so many server list is there, but how do you add one more entry here? You will go to create here any description, my SRM or SRM server, your choice. It is fully yours, right? SRM server. About that system, there will be one system ID. That system ID you will provide. About that server, that means this one we are talking about. So this if you think this is your SRM server, to connect it to this server in SAP GUI, first there is the server details we are feeding in your SAP GUI. This server is there somewhere in your company network. Whereas, so these things are your client tools. All these green color things are what is there in your laptop, in your personal laptop. So first your SAP GUI should know the details of your SRM server that we are adding here. Some description, that system ID. Who will give that? Your IT team will give that. Instance number, that server will have some number. It is a 2-digit number, maybe 00 or 01. They will give that. You will enter. And router string not required. That server definitely will be there in some IP address, isn't it? Every server will be there in some IP address, right? Like 192.168.72.84, something like that. Some IP address will be there in which that particular server is hosted. Okay, so that I'm creating some dummy, that the details I will enter here, and then I will say finish. Now you see, along with my other servers, now my SRM server also listed here. Whether is that the details really correct or not, if it is really correct, you will able to connect to that server. If it is wrong, it will not let you to connect. So how do I create it? Right click, properties. So these are the details: server description, that system ID, some instance number, and IP address. Say okay. These 3 details, if you ask your IT team, they will provide about that server. Like that.
Tell me about the instance ID once again.
Instance ID means at the time of installation, they will provide one number also. It is a 2-digit number to represent that application server, basically application server number. There will be multiple application servers also. Then they will give that numbers as 0001, 02, something like that. So instance number is a 2-digit identifier of the particular instance of the particular application server of that server. So that will be given at the time of the installation by your. So when your basis people and your IT people is installing this server, during the installation time itself, they will decide what is the system ID, what is the system ID name, and what is the instance number they wanted to give. These 2 details they will provide at the time of installation of this server, and forever they will remain the same. That particular system ID, that instance number only we are providing here in the SAP GUI. That is what we provided here. So this is system ID and instance number they are using at the time of installation, and they are providing to that server. Every server will have different system ID and different instance number. Sometimes similar instance numbers you will see, but system IDs will be various. Is that clear?
Yes, okay, thank you.
But anyhow, these 2 are not anything to do from your end part. This is like first name and last name of the server. You just think like that. What's your first name and what's your last name? Similarly, the first name and last name of the server. Those are the names which are given at the time of that server creation. As your parents named you, the installation person named that server with these two details, right? So server is created. So once the server name is enrolled here, you can select that. You can click on log on. It is trying, but actually there is nothing at that IP address. Some dummy IP address I given. So as the network not finding anything, it will say, I'm sorry, there is nothing to reach on this address. I know nothing will come because this is something wrong valid address. But I have a correct system here. One SAP S/4HANA server I have that the details so are very correct. System ID. I will share you these details. It is already there in your system. System details I will share you anyhow team and the application server IP address. Everything I given now. If that is correct, I will double click. If I double click, if it is there, definitely it will connect it to that server as well. SAP GUI. So this is a client tool which is required to install in your personal laptop so that from this GUI we can connect it to any SAP servers. Once if you know the IP address and details of the server, no matter what, it is SRM server or S/4HANA server, any server you can able to connect from SAP GUI. So do you need to ask your IT team to install browser in your laptop? This a browser is anyhow coming as part of the Windows operating system. Microsoft Edge, Google, they are there. In case if it is not there, you will ask your IT team to install browser because you are not finding neither Google Chrome nor Microsoft Edge in your laptop. Totally it is missing. You will ask them to install. They will install that. Similarly, SAP GUI mostly for SAP users, your IT team will install that and will provide that. In case if it is not there, we can ask our IT team to install the SAP GUI. But for this training, what we will, I think I need to double check that. I will check that once. We are providing you remote desktop. So because of that remote desktop, everything already installed there on the remote desktop. So from your computer, just you only have to connect it to remote desktop RDP. And once you connect to the virtual system, so that is a like some other personal laptop you are accessing from this laptop. So everything is already installed there that you can use for this training. I will check that whether you are using the remote desktop or directly you have to install this SAP GUI in your laptop. If that is the case, you need to request your IT team.
Got it, Sriram.
Yeah. Similarly, yeah. But once if you only for the training you are using remote desktop. But once if you are assigned to the project, compulsory definitely in your personal system directly, SAP GUI should be installed. Eclipse also should be installed. Anyhow, browser you will have. But these are the three essential piece of softwares should be there in every one of your systems, but not required for this only for this training purpose. Okay, so let us continue team. How to log in we are learning now. So once if the server, so I'm connecting to another server. So this name is up to my interest. I can anytime I can change that name to 2022 something like that. I can change. So this name anytime I can change. This is my wish only. Just the description only. This will if I change this SAP S/4HANA 2026. That does not mean that it is S/4HANA 2026. Just only the name, nothing more. So don't get confused with that name itself. This name is your choice. So even if I make it S/4HANA 2022, but maybe it is an SRM server also. Chances are there. Just it is a name. But on the IP address, whatever is there, that only you will connect. This is your wish, your own name. Anyhow, S/4HANA 2022, you can select the exact SAP server what you wanted to connect, and then you can say log on. Yeah, so that is also S/4HANA 2022 system only. That is right. So here you will be entering. First time you are connecting to an SAP server, you will enter one client number, user ID and password. What is this client number? What is the significance of client number? So by default it is coming 100. What else are the other numbers will be there? And why are we having so many client numbers? What is the importance of that client? You will eventually understand. We will discuss that very in detail in the next 2-3 sessions. So for now, let it keep as 100 only. So your user ID and your password, you need to share. You need to enter over there. Let me try with the user ID I have received. My password. So SAP products are multilingual capable products. So I can log in with the English language. I can log in Chinese language, Germany language, French language, right? Dutch language, multiple languages it to support. So whichever language option I choose, all my next further screens options will appear in that language only. But as I cannot understand other languages, universal language, we do connect with English. Enter. This is not an error, just one message only. Just say continue. All right, Tim. So I connected to one SAP server. Again, I'm saying I connected to one SAP server. But which server it is? Look at this picture. From SAP GUI, I connected to one server. Whereas this may be an SRM server, this may be an S4HANA server, this could be anything, team, which we don't know. From the description, of course, I have seen, but still even, or any, it could be anything. From SAP GUI, I just connected here. For example, here in the description, I changed this one to SRM. Remaining details I kept it as this. Now I will select that SRM. I will say logon. I will enter my user ID and password here. Sometimes this information will come. Sometimes this information may not come. So you cannot rely on this information also. I will enter my user ID and password and I connected. That means have I connected to SRM server? May not. But what is sure about is that I connected to one server. At least that part I'm sure, because look at this screen. Once if I get this SAP easy access, once the screen comes like this, fantastic. I connected to one SAP server. Here in this server, any SAP server will come like this only. But if you wanted to know, is it really S4HANA installed in this server, or SRM installed on this server, or ECC installed on this server? If you wanted to know what is the product is there in this mission, in this server, what is the real product is there? You go to system menu, you go to status, and you click on this magnifier icon. And then you come to this installed product versions. So in this server, what is really installed? Yes, S4 HANA on-premise version number 2022 installed in that server. And along with that, there are some other more also installed, some supporting components. So, but majorly, this server is not SRM server. This is not BW server. This is not APO server. This is S4 HANA on-premise 2022 release version server. So like this, once if you connected to any server, whatever is there in that server, what are installed in that server, that information first you should find out. How to find out that information, team? Go to system, go to status, and click on this magnifier icon. Then go to installed product versions. Which are the products installed in this server? For example, if it is a very big server, they will install multiple products also. Once if I connected to that server, okay, from SAP GUI, I connected to this server. After that, why I connected to this SAP S4HANA server? From SAP GUI, I connected to this server team. For what purpose have I connected? For creating some sales orders? For creating some purchase orders? It could be anything. My requirement can be anything. Once if I connected to the server, now I wanted to create a new material. For creating a new material, there is a program. If I forgot the program name, at least there is a shortcut. That shortcut is MM01. I can go there. There I can create a new material. If I wanted to do something belongs to materials, I wanted to create one purchase order. If I don't know the program name, still there is a shortcut code. That code is called transaction code. MA21N. I can enter there. Then here I got a screen, and on this screen I can able to create a purchase order. But who developed this application? This is a standard application already developed by SAP, which is part of SAP S4 HANA. It is already developed by using your ABAP language. This is an application already there in SAP S4 HANA server, so that you can go and you can start create purchase order. Okay, I will fill all these details. Finally, I will click on the save button. Then what will happen? Exactly, one purchase order will get created. And where is that purchase order data is getting stored? That purchase order data will go and store in one table. Maybe in one table or in 2-3 tables. All this data will be get stored in some multiple tables. Who created that tables? Even those tables also SAP has already created. All tables, all programs, all screens, all applications, the complete logic, everything is already there. Then what should we do? There our requirement comes. This is a standard application I have for creating a purchase order. But in my company, when I am creating a purchase order, all these are fine. Here I wanted 2 more options actually. Fixed exchange rate, some option is there. GRMSS, some option is there. Material verification. I wanted 1 more option here, and quality check option. I wanted just 2 more options here. Our company needs that one also. But unfortunately, it is not there in the standard application. Most of the companies don't want, but my company need that. We wanted some more options here to come. Can I ask SAP to do that? They cannot. Then who will do that? One ABAPer can do that. The ABAPer can open, see all this application right now you are finding, but you can see the source code. You can see the source code of this application. You will go there, you will understand the place, you will understand the position, you will see where all these are written. There you can able to add the additional code, you can save it. Finally, when I run this program, I will be able to see the additional controls, whatever I wanted. It may be adding up some fields, removing of some unwanted fields, adding some more tabs, or when I click on this additional planning, something else is coming. But I don't want that. I wanted to hide this button. I wanted some more controls to be added. Who can do all these things? Who can understand the programming written behind this application? That programming is your ABAP. For that, you are learning ABAP. But it is not a straightforward task. It's not only about the screen change. See, I will modify this screen. I will add 2 more controls here as customer is asking. If I select that one also, and if I click on save, will that 2 values also will go and store in the table? No, because earlier that table, whatever SAP given, in that table, do I have another 2 columns also for this newly added new fields? No, it's not there. So I have to, my job is not getting done only just by adding 2 additional fields on the screen. I should add 2 more columns also in the table, in the original table where actually this purchase order data is getting stored. And I have to modify the code. When I click on save button, whatever code is running, I should go and tweak that code, to accomplish this particular changes. Isn't it? So I am learning all that skills, how to modify the tables, how to modify the screens, how to modify the code, how to understand the code. Finally, how can I make this application perfectly get ready, get prepared according to my client wish? For that, you are learning ABAP. as a technical guy. Is it clear to everyone, team? Why are we learning ABAP? What is the purpose?
Yes.
Right. So where are these tables? There is again another T code. We will go there. We can see all SAP tables, standard tables that SAP has given. So this is one of the table where usually your purchase order data is getting stored. Now I have to see one table, each table will comes up with 300, 400 columns. Enterprise and requirements will be, I'm not going through the list of the tables team. I'm just going through the list of the fields of a table. Normally we will think that a table means employee ID, employee name, employee phone number, employee city, employee designation. Over. Table means 5 columns, 6 columns, hardly 10 columns. Business entities will not be like that. Business entities will not be like that. If you just for those who are new to SAP, I'm just telling it is larger than life size team. Normally when you are talking about a material, just one material, in our car showroom, when car comes, certain screws, one bolt, one single bolt basically, it is one material. What can be the information belongs to one material? So that particular bolt, is represented in the system with some number. Material code 3540. M3540 means that particular bolt. Okay. So every material will be identified by some code number, code or description. Usually, what do we expect? The data belongs to one material, that material code, that material description, and about material, what else we will have? Maybe that material maybe will have some weight, or that particular material will have some length and breadth. And that material either we will count in units or we will count in kilos, unit of measurement. 10 kilos of oil, 10 kilos, 10 liters, 10 inches, 10 feet, whatever the unit of measure. What else can be there about the material? To store one material data in SAP system, there are about more than 10 tables are there. What are the 10 tables are doing? They are carrying the data about one material. Do we need 10 tables to store the information about one single material? Why don't we store the data of that material inside a single table? Because one table is not sufficient. Each table will have 200 to 300 columns. Like that, you will see 8 to 10 tables. About, again, all the tables are there for what purpose? Just to hold the data about the material. I'm not talking about purchase orders and sales orders. That much of details will be there about any single entity. Where is that material being maintained? In how many plants we are manufacturing that particular material? In how many storage locations we are maintaining that material? How many bins are contributing to hold that material? And what is the quality inspection data that is to be maintained about that material? About material master data and about all the details about that single bolt. This is such examples. Mara is one table. If you open the table, that material number, you see, MATNR, that material number, these field names, employee first name, employee last name, employee designation, these field names, mostly you will find German keywords, but by description only we can understand them easily. But this is the name of the table. These are the fields, material number, material description, when that material is created, when that material is changed, what is the material type, is it a raw material or about, right? And what is the industry sector it belongs to, what is the material group, is there any old material number, what is the base unit of measurement of that material? If that material we are ordering in the purchase orders, what should be the quantity, what should be the unit of measurement to be used while placing the purchase orders? Go down, go down, go down. What is this data about? Material weight, material width, material information. What is this data? How many columns are there? 353 columns are there in this table. This is all about the data of one material number. Material number is the key field here. So 353 columns of data about material bolt, that M453 material code. And is it the only table which carries the data of that material? No, again, that's not the scenario. You will go to another table called MARCI. Again, that material is manufacturing and maintaining at whichever plants. Suppose our company is having 10 plants, but that material may not be maintained in all the plants. It is going to be maintained only in some plants. Which plants contains the details about that material? Again, all the data what we seen before in the MARA table, that will not get duplicate here. This is again a different data, completely plant data of that particular material. Again, this table is having 332 columns. These are two only. Again, you will go for another table called MERD. This is the storage location data, once again about that material only. About that material within that plant, how many storage locations are there? In whichever storage locations, that material data is again maintainable. That details. Again, this is a table with about 72 columns and many more as such. This is all the tables contributing to maintain the data about one single bolt, about each material code. Just this is one simple example only I'm telling you, team, so that you can imagine the sizing of the enterprise operations. We have to prepare our mindset also towards that. It is not just a programming language about take two numbers and find out which is primary number, which is prime number, which is composite number. Take those programming basics we are learning initially to enhance our programming skills, but not for developing that kind of applications. Once if you learn ABAP, you are going to apply your skills something like an universal stuff. It is something like altogether getting into a different world, like becoming like an astronaut and flying to space. All right. So we understood a couple of things. Number one, this is your SAP S4HANA server. And this is SAP S4HANA 2022 version we also observed. And we have seen there are some tools. You see, being an ABAPer, we are not learning any other things except these tools. This is our area. Being the technical persons, we are going to learn these tools. Which tools are we learning? As I said, so many tools. Within that, let's go to ABAP Workbench. Within that, let's go to Development, ABAP Dictionary. Already I told you this tool. This one. This is one tool. Why are we learning this tool? If you want to create new tables, if you want to modify any existing tables, if you wanted to see the records of tables, etc., we need this tool. So this is a very special tool, especially to work with tables, do the repairs in the tables. See, now you have to do some repair. Where you should do the repair? Some tire you should repair. So when you are working with tire, you will be using some kind of specially designed tools. Now you have to apply some color to the car body. You will be using again another set of tools. So ABAP Dictionary is one tool we are learning. So you can double click on that. You can create a new table. You can see existing tables. You can see the table structure. If you know the table name, you can enter. You can say display. You can see the complete table data. If you wanted to create a new table, let's give your new table name here and then go for create. You can create a new table. We will see how to do that. Are we working only on tables? No, there are other areas also like views, data types, type groups, domains, search helps, log objects, various options are here, but all these more or less relevant to tables only. So completely, this is a tool, especially for managing your tables related operations. What is the tool name here, team? What is the name of the tool?
ABAP dictionary.
ABAP dictionary. Let's come back. If you can go like this, you can go to tools, you can go to ABAP workbench, development, ABAP dictionary tool. Actually, all these tools, not only tools, every option in SAP will comes up with short code. That code itself, we call it as T code, transaction code. Just to open that, we use that to T code. For ABAP dictionary, the T code is SE11. SE11, enter. You will come there. Fantastic. ABAP dictionary, the T code we understood. SE11 for all table operations. Now, my requirement is not a table operations. Customer asked me do this. So purchase order screen is there. In the purchase order screen, he's asking another two controls here or another one more button here. He's asking some changes to do on this screen. So if you wanted to do the screen changes, it is something like painting. So you should not use screwdrivers and wrenches. You have to use some brushes because you have to paint the car body. So you have to use some gun spray painting, some brushes, some tints, and some sponges. Definitely, you should get prepared with another set of tools because altogether the job is different. What is the tool I should use? I will go there. Here there are so many tools here are there as such. Then there is one tool called user interface screen painter. See the name itself, screen painter. It is talking. Just painting I given general as an example. The tool name is called screen painter. I will go there. I will enter the program name. I will enter the screen number. I will go for change. That entire screen will come here. I can modify that screen. That entire blue color car, I can change to red color car. Or on the blue color car only, certain small, orange color bubbles designs, I will sticker it on the car body. Anything I can do. I can develop completely new screens also. But this is one tool. Tool name is called Screen Painter. And what is the shortcut T code? If you want to open that tool, SC41. Sorry, SC51.
Sriram, is it possible to have any place to know this shortcut code or something?
Actually, here itself you will get the shortcut names. Now, nowhere else required to see. And some materials also from SAP help documentation also, you can see that. And there is one setting here which will showcase all the T codes belongs to each of these options. So, where it is that somewhere I forgot the setting here. Utilities. So team, has anyone remembered enabling that T code occurrence here? I'll show you that. Okay. So basically, if you go here, for ABAP dictionary is there, no? That -SL, that T code itself will that code also.
Can you check in extras, Sriram? Extras?
Yeah, it will be here only. Extra settings. Yeah, somewhere I forgot that. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, this one on. This particular lens. enough. So you see here, team, this is the T code, corresponding T code you should use. Similarly, okay, screen I have modified, but modifying the screen alone will not make the job get done. I should do some changes in the coding also. Any coding changes you wanted to do, you have to write the code in this tool, ABAP editor. So ABAP editor is the editor, that white notepad, white background notepad, where you will do write your coding, all your conditions, if conditions, logic, statements, everything. Any coding part, you will do that in the ABAP editor. This is one more tool, as I described here. ABAP only, language name itself is ABAP. Like Java language, like Java, like C language, like C++ language. Here the language name is, it is also abbreviated form. We should call it ABAP only, but just it became habitual. People calling the ABAP. 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 This is the language we do write in ABAP editor. Okay. Similarly, if I wanted to develop forms, I will go for form painter. I will use forms development, smart forms, Adobe forms. I will use that for screens. We have already seen SC51 is the T code, shortcut code, for many more as such. Let's begin with the ABAP editor first. So team, step by step we came upon. We started first what is SAP and what type of products SAP is offering. One of the product is ERP, S4 HANA. Along with S4 HANA, many other products also there. Companies will buy and use all these things. All these products are written in ABAP. In these products, if any changes, customizations required, only you are the only people can go and can do that, because you're all you all learned and you are skilled on ABAP. Learning ABAP is nothing but learning tools. So how strong you are in ABAP is all depends on how many tools you can operate. Experienced technician means what? You can able to handle multiple problems. So for example, if you don't know how to use this painting tool, as you cannot apply the paint on the car, you also cannot work on the screens. You can do coding, you can create tables, but you cannot create screens because you did not learn this tool. As many tools as you can go on, it will be like that. So SAP servers will looks like this, with set of applications with ABAP language and one database also. So we are working with the S4 HANA server, and we connected from SAP GUI to S4 HANA. Once it is connected, I am not interested to see what is there in SD, what is there in MM. I am interested to see what is there in ABAP. That is the area we focused here. And we are talking about. So inside ABAP is nothing but some set of tools. We are learning each tool is for different purpose. Some of the tools we started exploring. One of them is ABAP editor. So ABAP editor is a source code editor. You can open the source code of any existing programs, or you can develop new programs also, team. First, let us begin your journey by writing new programs first. Eventually, you will see the code of the existing standard programs also, and you will also learn how to modify that code, etc. Let us begin with the ABAP editor first. So ABAP editor, if you want to open, you can go to the T code SC38. So first time we are going to write a new program. So SAP system already having so many standard programs. If you go to this helper, this is all the names of the programs. These are all standard programs. Okay. So thousands of programs you will see. If you go to any of these programs, if you see the code, yeah, this is the code. Some source code you are finding here. How they're written. But all these programs are starting with some letters. So for your custom programs, to limit you for not using any other the program, your program name like my program one. So SAP don't want to start with any alphabets. So any of your program should start with Z. That is how they're restricted. So any custom program, your own program you wanted to write, your program always should start with Z or Y. So these two are left for the users for writing their program. So Z TCS underscore demo one. So I'm just writing my first program. This is the name of the program. Is this program already existed? It is saying we did not find any matches. Of course, because I am doing this program for the first time, right? So I am giving here 00. For every one of you, I will give you some 2-digit number code key. So if somebody is having the number 1, you have to put 01. Others 02, 03, something like that. So my programs, I'm always ending up with a 00 as a code so that I can easily identify your programs also. If you don't like, that's okay. So this is my first program. Then what will I do? I will go for create. Some title I can provide. My first demo program. Your wish. This is created by your user ID. On which date, on which time the program created, because this is a business software thing. Any program, anybody, anytime who opened, when it is opened, who modified the code, at what line the program is modified, everything will get tracked inside the system, because that is important security. So anyone who is opening any code, any changes if he is doing, everything will get registered in the system in the logs, and all are audited. So you can type some title. Here there is one type. I will give you the notes also for these things too. Notes in the steps, so step by step procedure is there. But today I'm just taking my time only for the introduction part. Tomorrow onwards, there's no much more explanations like this. We will directly get into the action. So we can create various types of programs, but mostly we will select, as we wanted to execute that, we will select it as like executable program. So provide some title, choose the type of the program as executable program. Other types of programs also you will understand very soon. Executable program. Other details not compulsory, not mandatory. Just simply say save. When it is save, it is asking for some package name. I will tell you what is called a package, where to create the package. Once the package is explained and created, then you can use. Until then, you have to say local object. Right now, you don't know what is package and how to create. Once if you come to know, you can use that. For now, click on local object. So this is my ABAP editor, very nice editor, coming up with some kind of row numbers also. Here I can write, maintain some general notes, commented lines. Here I can write some code. What code? Anything if I write, it will scold me. I will check for the errors. Is there any errors I can check? If I check that, obviously it is saying all these are useless code. No syntax errors found in the report because I did not write anything. Your program always start with this keyword report, and whatever the name you given, get TCS underscore demo one, that name also will comes here, and every statement should end with the dot decimal. In C language, it is a semicolon, right? So here every statement should end with the decimal. Here I can write some statement. Depends on languages. If it is a C language, still I remembered, we use printf statement. If you wanted to display some output, if it is Java language, I think java.out, some out stream we do use. Not writing that code in the recent times. In ABAP, if you wanted to show any output, we use the keyword called write. See, all the keywords will automatically convert into blue color, right? So what I wanted to display, I wanted to display a message, welcome to SAP. So whichever message you wanted to display, you should put it in the single quotes, mandatory. And finally, at the end, one decimal symbol. For example, I removed the decimal. After that program, you click on save button. Save button you can see at the bottom right. And before this program run, first you should check, is there any errors? If you click on check button, it is saying one error. The last statement is not complete, period missing. Of course, here this statement does not end with the decimal. I put it. Again, you click on save. And once again, go here, check for the errors. Yes, there are no errors found. So my program, whether it is one line or 1,000 lines, concept remains the same. My program looks perfectly fine. Now I am ready to execute this program, run this program. But if you observe here, right now the program is in the inactive mode. The program is in inactive mode. We need to activate this code. Once it is activated, activation means like generating the exe file, it is ready for execution. So this is the button you can use. Click activate. Then the program is activated. If there are any errors, then that activation will not work out. First, you have to clear all the errors. Once if there are no errors, then only it will go for the activation. Program with errors will not let you to activate it. Once you find it is in active mode, it is ready to run. So this is the button you can press. Shortcut is F8. You can click on that and your program will run and output you are finding here. So the program title you given that comes there, my demo program, my first demo program. If you leave that, this is your output. Welcome to SAP. Again, you want to come back to the editor, click on the back button, come back to the editor. Now I wanted to write another statement. This time I'm using this tilde operator. So this is new as syntax. This is new as a syntax. We can write statement like this also. Instead of single quotes, we can put the message in this pipe symbols as well. Check for this. I will tell you all the new operators separately. For now, initially you follow only one pattern, but all these new operators at the end I will tell. So you will get confused with multiple things at once. Activate it. Execute it. Why both of the lines displayed on the same line? I written the program here in 2 lines, but the output comes only in 1 line because your source code line and output not relevant. Though it is 2 lines, system will understand after displaying this message, it should display this message. So when I run, after it displays the first message, there is huge amount of space. This entire line is there. Even if I print anything, it will start from here. It will go on like this. Once if this complete line is completed, then output will come to the second line. Because it has more of the space, why should it go and print the new line? So no matter what, here if you put this much of lines also for system, that this is one statement, this is next statement, still output remains the same. So however code here appearing, don't expect the output also to be the same way, right? Even code I can write like this also. This is also correct. Because after decimal, system will understand that sentence is over, that statement is over. This is again another statement. Like newspaper story, you can write your ABAP code continuously like this. That is also fine. So this is also correct statement only. After the first write statement, decimal is there. Next line started, still it will understand and output also comes the same way. Even if the indent is like this, still also there is no problem. So multiple lines, multiple gaps, that does not affect your output statement. As long as the syntax is correct, program get activated, your output will come like this. Because when there is more space here to display, your next outputs also will come like this. But I don't want. I wanted my welcome to ABAP line forcefully to go to next line. So here there is one slash operator you can use. So which is indicating to the system after welcome to SAP, just a cursor will wait here on the output screen. But this slash will indicate to the system forcefully go to new line. Then cursor will come to the next line. Once the cursor come to the next line, welcome to ABAP will be printed on the new line. So because of that, I got the output here like this. Because my coding, my write statement made my because of the slash that informed that you please go to next line, and my output comes there. So here, if I write another message, thank you. Now you tell me, those who not about experienced ABAP team, those who are learning ABAP for the first time. Now if I display the output, how the output will come to, where the thank you message will come?
It will come along with welcome to ABAP.
Yeah, after welcome to ABAP, the very next thank you will come, because for thank you message, I'm not saying that you should also go to new line. I'm not informing as such, so that after welcome to ABAP, thank you is displayed on the same line. But I wanted a break here and thank you also to bring to the new line. Then in this write statement, I can inform that here, please go down. That's forward slash will take it to the new line.
So every time we have to give space, Sriram?
Where
Right space.
Yeah,
Slash.
space. Yeah. This space is required. Between the keyword and operands, always one space is required. ABAP is very particular about spaces. Or the practice, you'll understand. But after welcome to ABAP, okay, see here between these two statements, if you give 5 lines break also, that is not important for the system. This break will not come on your output. I hope you are getting this. This space, these lines, if I write like this, that does not mean that my thank you will go and display on that next line, nothing as such. Still the output remains the same. Clear? Code is your wish. You can write however you want. But after welcome to ABAP, I wanted to get some break of 3 lines. I can write skip 3. This is a valid keyword. It will create 3 blank lines. After 3 blank lines, it will go to next line and thank you will come. So on the 4th line, thank you will come. So after welcome to ABAP, I have intentionally made 3 lines blank space. After 3 lines, it will go to the next line and thank you message came over there. Now this space is generated because of this skip keyword. This thank you message is displayed, but this thank you message, I wanted to show it in some color. There are some color codes I can mention. I said color 3. These 2 messages I don't bother, but show me the thank you message in the color code 3 value. I can activate that. 1 to 7 color numbers you can use. Now here it is highlighted with some kind of a background color. It is background color, not the font color. Font color also we can change to. Anyhow, in the reports time, I will tell you that just to introduce ABAP programming, I'm saying these points. Right now, we don't look at this fancy stuff. Programming, flow, activation, execution, those are the important things. So this is how your ABAP program looks like this. Then after that, you will start with variable declarations, and we will learn about performing operations like addition, subtractions, divisions, multiplications, and also we will learn about SQL statements to get the data from tables, process the data, Suppose last 1 month sales orders I wanted to get, and I wanted to bifurcate last 1 month sales orders by each city, and I wanted to get the total sum of the sales orders by each city wise. That kind of report I should develop. So first you should get the data from the tables. Then you should do that calculations, right? So for that you will learn about SQL statements also in ABAP. Calculations, operations, how to do, you will learn. SQL statements you will learn to process the data. And logical expressions. Sometimes if value is above 5,000, I should do this. If value is less than 5,000, right? If the amount is greater than 50,000, I should do one way. If it is less than 50,000, I should do in a different way. I should apply 10% here. I should apply 20% discount. All these logical operations, Boolean operations, everything also you will learn in ABAP coding. And the looping statements, certain statements, if you wanted to process repeatedly multiple times, you will understand the looping statements. Once if the program is completely written, still somewhere that program is not correctly working, not effectively working, there is something wrong happening. Program is correct, output is coming, but it is giving me the wrong result. That means somewhere in the middle of the program, that calculation is not happening correctly. Where it is missing out, why the problem is coming. So those are called debugging. You should be able to, debug your code, error analysis. And normally when we are writing business applications, we will not write programs continuously like a story. It is very difficult for others to read the code, to understand the code. We need to make the program get divided into some modular units. That is called modularization. Like dividing the program into small bits and pieces. It is easiest way to organize your development. So all these techniques will comes under ABAP team in your ABAP programming language. So these are all basics only. Once if you know all these basics, then you will learn about developing some real report applications, real report programs for your managers, month-end sales summary, month-end invoice summary, kind of beautiful report programs you can able to develop once if you know all these programming techniques. Not only just about the right statements, but variables, operations, SQL statements, logical expressions, looping statements, debugging skills, modularization. If you know all these things, you will be absolutely good enough to develop some real report programs. After that, we will go to data dictionary to learn about tables and table maintenance. And along with that, we will learn about forms and enhancements also. So that is the course order team. We will go with one after one. So for now, this is the way you can able to develop one report program. And in my program, anytime, so suddenly I don't want this message welcome to ABAP to be printed first just for some time. I don't want to remove this line, but I wanted to make this silent. You can say comment it. You select the line anywhere, be there anywhere on the line. You press Control, comma. Hold the Control key and press the comma key. That statement will become to commented line. The program is there, but it will not run. You can still see it is grayed out. You can use the shortcut, or else in the beginning of the line, if you press star, then also that line will goes to commented line. If you wanted to remove that, you remove that asterisk, it will become valid statement. Shortcuts are Control, comma and Control dot. If you press Control dot, that comment will get removed. Control, comma, it will be commented, it will be deleted. I wanted to make all these 3 lines get commented. Select all the 3 lines, press Control, comma. So all are commented. Again, you want to remove the comment, you select all the lines, Control dot. it will remove the comments. So like that only, I made all these lines commented, because if these are not commented, I will get some errors. So now if I check for the errors also, still that is fine, no errors, because these are all commented lines. So system will not consider them for the check. It will not consider them either for check nor for the execution.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the AMDP, Analytic and Modeling Processes in SAP HANA? Option A, to handle complex data modeling and analysis. Option B, to manage user authentication. Option C, to optimize disk storage. Option D, to handle client-server communication. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a whiz at managing supplies? Our SAP ABAP on HANA course is just what you need. You can take it at your speed on our site. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ABAP on HANA. It's like a toolkit for planning things, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced tips. It's created by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are pros who've been at this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students love the course too. Folks just like you have found our course super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP ABAP on HANA Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more details, head to ZaranTech's website.
We have set the expectations about this course and what is the outcome of this course. And also we have discussed about various terminology. As most of you are from SAP, but still there are a couple of people who are from non-SAP who never seen SAP before, right? So even for them to get aware of things, so certain basic terminology also we have covered about. And if we quickly summarize what we discussed, so we understood that SAP as one of the largest independent software companies in the world. I think it's about fifth largest software company in the world in terms of revenues, and but world's number one company in terms of offering business solutions and business products. So company established in 1970s, and their journey was so vast, about more than 50 years old company. And from the beginning, the company's motto was only to develop some kind of top-notch business product, business applications, business softwares. I mean, the softwares which are required, the products which are required for helping the organizations to run their business transactions. So on that journey, they came up with a number of products. Today we have a lot of products in the market from SAP, and one of the top-notch products, as we already discussed, like I just said, around 70% of the global companies are using SAP products for their business. All the top major enterprises, if you consider about, for example, in India, if I ask you to list out some top 10 companies in terms of volume, top 10 enterprises, what would you say? You will say about Reliance, and then Tata, and then in automobile companies about Hyundai or Maruti and Mahindra, MG, and when it comes to banking sectors, SBI, ICICI, and when it comes to service organizations like Indian Railways, BSNL, right? What not? In every of the when it comes to pharma industries, you take the top-notch organizations in India. Today, if you look at their so what is the ERP they're using for their today's operations? Obviously, you will go and see. You will find only about SAP. SAP is playing a significant role in their business transactions. Definitely, every company will use SAP products along with other products also. But SAP ERP products definitely would be playing the key role in their day-to-day business transactions. For example, Indian Railways. So just imagine how much business will happen in Indian Railways. Every 1 minute across India, how many tickets they are selling and how much of revenue they are getting, and how much of manufacturing is happening, how many employees are working in Indian Railways. Where end of the month, every single transaction, every single penny will be on record. So definitely, it's not that easy to develop some software product to operate at this size, at this scaling, right? So very high level coding, high level applications, high level architecture, and the capabilities are required. So that's again not easy for other companies also to develop. That's the reasons SAP still remains as the number one ERP market holder, still even as on today. All right, so that we discussed. And then, so what kind of products are available in the market from SAP? If I ask that, right? So what are the products available from Hyundai in India in India market? You can say that i10 is there, i20 is there, Verna is there, Creta is there, right? You will say about what are all the different products available in the market. Similarly, what are the various SAP also selling various products, various software products. So what are the software products? Earlier it was ECC. Now they have developed a complete innovative, completely redesigned, remodeled ERP software that we discussed as for HANA, right? As for HANA is released in the year 2015. So before that it was ECC. So when it is launched in year 2015, November month, they named that S4HANA version as S4HANA 1511. If we look at their history, so S4HANA first version, it is launched in year 2015 November month. So they named it as S4HANA 1511. Next year, they have released the next version. Okay. And next year means year 2016. In October month, they released. So that's why they named it October month 10 S4HANA 1610. And again, that upcoming year S4HANA in 2017, that is 17. And again, that was also released in October month of 1710, 1709. And again, next version of S4HANA. Obviously, every year, every company will release their new versions, right? 1809. But starting from year 2000, 1909 is also there. And they stopped calling that and they started calling S4HANA 2020, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. It is there as such. So definitely, some of you might have worked long ago. You might have worked on any of these versions. In every version, they are coming up with some more advanced features, advanced applications. So today, if you go and opt for the license of S4HANA, you will be buying the license for 2022 or 2023, something like that. So this is one flavor on the one side. On the other side, what happened? This S4HANA is being offered right now over the cloud. So in this case, what will happen? So what is the difference between this S4HANA and that S4HANA is? Just to introduce you the terminology. So this is called S4HANA on-prem. So on-premise in the sense you are buying that license first, you will buy the software and then you will buy one server, you will install it, you will maintain it completely within your landscape, within your setup. So that one we call it as S4HANA on-premise. But same S4HANA, I mean with a different version of S4HANA, it is available over the cloud also. So that you don't require to invest your money in buying again hardware, servers, installations, and then that server maintenance and upgrading the software always with latest patches. So all these activities will be taken care by SAP directly. So they're just selling it to you. You have to subscribe how many users your company wanted to use. So here from your browser, from your browser, just you can connect it to that server and then you can start access things. So your company is not investing any money in setting up a server, then install the software installation, software administrations and everything, which is all taken care by SAP directly on their servers. They will install it and they are offering it to you. Just you can go and you can use that. You can access the applications, you can access the programs, and then you can able to do work on that. But certainly there are certain limitations, restrictions. In this S4 HANA, that is nothing but S4 HANA on-premise. If any customer bought the license of the licensing, costing and everything is also different. Whereas if any customer bought SAP S4 HANA on-premise licensing, it is completely their own version, right? Their own thing, their own server. So any modifications easily they can able to do. Any customizations, any extensions they can able to easily perform it because it is fully owned to them. It is fully given to them. But when it comes to S4 HANA, as it is in cloud, it is not possible actually for you to do whatever changes that you require for your company. There are certain possibilities. We can do some extensions to that, but limitedly only, because that same S4 HANA might be used by other customers also at the same time. But of course, don't worry, your business data is always secured. Your business data will be always reside only in a separate database for you. So it is not mean that your data will be accessible by others or something. No, it is not like that. Your locker key will be with you only. It is something like a locker key. So your lockers, so when you go to some kind of temples or any big stores, there you will see very huge big right almara cases. But multiple lockers will be there. So every locker will be having a that alarm setup almara that everybody is using. All are using the same thing, but everyone is having their own individual locker where their items can be kept very safely. Similarly, but it is not something like I wanted to move this one from here to there. That no, it's not possible. It will be there. Just you have to use what is given to you here and there. Small modifications you can able to do that. So that is also there, and that is called S4 HANA Cloud. Again, in this S4 HANA Cloud, there are two flavors available. So there are two flavors again available here. One is called S4 HANA Public Cloud, and the second one is S4 HANA Private Cloud. Again, as the name indicating, public cloud and private cloud. Certainly, the licensing cost also will be little different there. So private cloud, basically you will be having a dedicated resource, dedicated tenant given to you, and also you are allowed basically to do the changes comfortably, whatever you required for your business. So that is possible with private cloud, whereas in public cloud, very limited changes only we can able to do that. Depend on your requirement, your need. Companies will go for these three types of licenses. Either they will buy S4 HANA on-premise license, or they will buy S4 HANA public cloud license, or they will buy S4 HANA private cloud license. Okay, and what are the limitations, restrictions? Eventually you will understand it. Not all at once, but try to know the terminology. So has any one of you in this group worked on any S4 HANA cloud projects team before? I think no. Yesterday, as per my understanding, one or two people worked on S4 HANA, but I think even that was also like Trupti. Trupti, you worked on S4 HANA, right? So here, this one, all these on-premise servers, we will connect with the SAP GUI. From SAP GUI, we will connect here to any one of these servers, and you will work on that. You will do the changes. But as for HANA, public or public cloud or private cloud environments, we do access from browser, and then we will work on that. But definitely, cloud environments are having little more restrictions basically. Whereas when it comes to the private cloud, certainly private cloud almost gives the complete flexibility as like your on-premise. But instead of having the server in your own physical location, you are deploying that server somewhere in some data centers. In some of the so it is available in the cloud, you are using that too, but still it is your completely private. It is completely your own version, your own instance. So even private cloud system is also is as much as equal to your on-premise environment. you will be allowed to make any changes whichever you required for your business in the private cloud setup. But that's not possible with the public cloud setup. But very cheap. For example, I started a company. My company is very small. Currently in my company only 10 employees are working. But still I wanted to buy SAP S4HANA license. So that server itself will cost about 3 to 5 crores. I should invest that much of money right now on the server, on buying servers and then buying licenses, installations, and all that headache I cannot bear. So I just wanted SAP S4HANA, no matter where it is available, right? I wanted to use SAP S4HANA for my business, but whereas my business size currently is very small. So I will opt for SAP S4HANA public cloud licensing only for 10 users. So eventually, if my business is growing, I will get more licenses for more number of users. But I'm paying only for the 10 subscriptions. But still, I can use SAP software, SAP product for my business transactions and business operations. So that's the beauty it is bringing in the cloud environment. Any questions here, team? Anyone who wanted to know anything, any more clarifications on any one of these terms here? As for an on-premise, as for an public cloud and private cloud. If you heard about anything anywhere even before also, you cross-question that, you cross-challenge that point here. We will elaborate that and definitely you will come to know, you will come to find the actual facts. Anyone had any questions to me here on this? All right, let's move on. So in any of these environments, team, either on the left-hand side environment or on the right-hand side environment, anything here, if you see, these are all based on ABAP only. So any modifications, any new program developments, any new style of developments you need to develop, you should learn ABAP. And ABAP is again further enhanced if you wanted to make some programs to get stored and to get executed in the cloud, not in your local servers, but some ABAP programs you wanted to develop, which will be stored in the cloud, which will be executed in the cloud. Then a kind of different ABAP language, more advanced features of ABAP we should learn, and accordingly we should code that. Accordingly we should program that. Then the programs will absolutely work on top of cloud as well. That kind of ABAP only today everyone is learning. So it is not like about the old days ABAP language. So the ABAP language, what you are learning and what you are, picking up, exploring, should be like a language we are using for the developments of on-premise environment and also for the developments in the cloud. But that cloud aspects we are not covering in this course, as that enough time not given to us. In this 80 hours duration term, we are focusing on the core ABAP skills, especially the programming skills required to work on your on-premise environments. But eventually, you can learn the additional things in ABAP, and you will get ready. You will become, competent even to work for cloud environments as well. So that kind of ABAP we are learning. So as I said yesterday, learning of ABAP is nothing but learning of tools. There are so many tools are there, multiple tools are there. You should come to know, you should come to operate, how to operate that tool, right? How to operate that tool. First, where should you switch? After that, where should you press? And after that, where should you close? All these operational techniques should be known. Then you can able to operate that tool. Once if you are able to operate that tool, then you can apply that in your job, in your skills. So that ABAP set of tools also I have discussed yesterday, some of the tools and all these tools. So we are not using any SAP standard programs. We are not learning how the programs are working, but we are learning the tools in case if there is a change required to be done in the existing programs, how to do that, that skill we are learning. So we are becoming the technical people. SAP we are learning, but again in SAP, we are not learning how to create a sales order because that is not your job. And you are not learning how to configure new material master, new pricing master, because that's not your job. Right now, you are the team trying to become like a technical people. So that the technology areas you are learning within SAP. Again, usually people in SAP will be classified into these categories, as you know, technical consultants, functional consultants, and basis consultants, right? So just in a shortcut, so functional consultants means those basically who will learn about any one of these modules, sales module, material management, procurement, production planning, so finance. So they will learn, they will focus on how that SAP module is working. So tomorrow they will help to the companies on how to use that module, etc. So they are functional people. Basis consultants means how to install SAP software, how to create securities, how to provide authorizations, how do they maintain users, their passwords, securities, data backups, data logs, all these things, administrative activities, and software upgrades. That is the team called the basis team. And another category, technical consultants. Nothing but you are the people. So technical consultants means people who are basically there to do the repairs, to develop something new, either to modify the existing program, modify the existing table, modify the existing screen, modify the existing application, or develop a new table, a new screen, a new program, finally a new application. So you are the people and you are learning those tools, those areas, what is required to fulfill that area. That is about the development and maintenance. So you are the people going to do the developments and also do the required maintenance activities. Nothing but in case if there is any issue coming, something that program, that application happily working from last 6 months, but suddenly from today morning onwards, it is stopped working. It's not working as expected. No one knows what is the problem, but you are the people, you are the firefighters. You can step in there, you can see why it is not working, where it is failing, at what step it is causing the problem. You can able to identify that, and not only identify, and you can able to fix that. And again, you can tell them the reason. Hey, because of this particular program is failing because somebody has done so and so changes in your system. Because of that, this program is failing. You can able to fix that. You can able to identify and also fix that. And again, you will make the program run as smooth as it is before. That is your job. Either developing new applications or modifying the existing applications. And also, in case of any issues, in case of any problems are raising in the software, in the products, identifying the reasons, identifying the issues also will be your job, being the technical consultants. For that, you are learning ABAP. For that, you are learning these tools. Among that, first we will talk about ABAP editor. So the T code for that is SE38. So this one also we discussed yesterday. An editor where we do write coding. An editor where we can open the source code of any existing programs or new programs also we can create there in editor. So you can open an editor. In an editor, we will create a program. Always that program should get created with Z, right? And then any name you can provide to that program. It should start with Z or Y. Usually we start with the Z. Custom programs. Custom programs means the programs which users are creating on their own must start with Z or Y. And the description. Different types of programs are there. Include programs, executable programs. Let us initially you first create executable programs. Other types of programs also will come to you slowly. And certain guidelines we are learning, like every statement should end with the dot, and comments can be put in by putting the asterisk symbol at the beginning of the line. And once the program is written, we have to check for the errors. And after that, we can first we have to save the program. After the saving, we have to check for the errors, and then we have to activate the program. Once it is activated, then you can execute the program. Control S, Control F3, Control F2, Control F3, and F8. These are the shortcuts. Keyboard shortcuts also you can use, or else you can click on the buttons also on the screen. So if you try 3 attempts with wrong password, it will get locked in. Again, we need to unlock that. We need to reset the password. We need to re-log in. So do remember your password. So ABAP editor, we do open from SE38. So yesterday we have already seen how to create one sample program. So today, the same program, I'm not creating one more program, but the same program I wanted to open. You can type the program name as you will remember here. If you go for display button, it will open in the display mode. So this is display mode. So you cannot do any changes. So usually when you wanted to read the program, you should open in display mode only, because by mistake, even if you type anything in the keyboard also, it will not disturb the program. But if you wanted to change the code, select the program and then go for change. It is no need of create because it is already created. It is an existing program, so you cannot create one more time. It will say this program already exists. So you have to give a new name if you want to create a new program. Let us go for change. So now it is in the change mode. So in the change mode, you can able to do the changes to the code, right? So yesterday we discussed about some write statement using which you can able to display some output on the screen. This is the editor. After you activate the program, you can test it, and on the output you are getting the screen. So this is called output list. Every screen will have some name stream. This particular screen is called output list. So on the output list, you can see some messages. Here only, going forward, we will display very huge amount of data, sales data, purchase data, transactions data. All of our report output also will come here. This is the output screen, and this is the editor we have. And every statement should end with the dot. And write statement we do use, and slash is to go to the new line, and skip statement you can use if you wanted to skip some multiple lines. So 3 write statements, 3 outputs. But if you observe here, one thing is common. You see, team, all these 3 lines are starting with the right same keyword. You see, right, right, right. So consecutively, same keyword is repeating. So in that case, when the same keyword is repeating, we can use a shorthand operator. So here we can put some colon. So the colon is basically indicating this keyword is commonly used. This right keyword is common to be used for all the components which are separating by comma. So here I'm not putting decimal, I'm putting comma. So indicating that this statement is ended here. But again, the right is applicable to the next statement also. So the next statement, what is my next statement? I will take off this right. So I will put it here. So I should go to new line, and in the new line I should display welcome to ABAP. That's it only. Comma. That means if it is comma, again this common part before the colon, whatever the keyword is there, command is there, that is applicable here also. Again I said go to new line and say thank you. So instead of writing 3 lines, 3 times right, here I wrote the right command only 1 time, and I put the colon symbol here. So that colon is indicating that this left hand side command is applicable to all the parts here separated by commas, and at the last we should end the sentence with decimal. So wherever comma is there, it will understand that it is ended here. Again the same command will apply to the next part. Again the same command will apply to this part also. So now instead of this code, you can do this code as well. Whatever this code is supposed to do, this code also will do the same job. Just to minimize the number of lines, we can do write the output, same output we are getting as like before. Okay, so this is also one shorthand operator we can use when you wanted to apply the same keyword for consecutive sentences. But after that, if there is any statement, and again if you have to write, again you should use write. This write is already ended here. When there is a different keyword coming here, this will not go again down. Again, next time if you wanted to use write, you should use write separately. One more time you should use. So here this journey is already ended here, and another keyword, another commands starting on the next line. And when you are writing like this, do remember, team, this is only for your convenience. You don't think like if I write 3 lines like this, system will take more time to run 3 statements. If I do write like this, system will take less time because it is written only in one line. I think doing like that, it is only for your convenience and comfort. You are writing like this. For the system, both these two code lines are absolutely same. Whether you write it in 3 lines or whether you write it in 1 line, you are making the number of lines smaller because to reduce your reading effort or coding effort, whatever it is, to save some time. But when it comes to the execution, while executing the code, the above one is a 3 lines, the below one is also 3 lines. So technically for the system understanding, for the system execution, both are meant for the same. Especially in software programming, you never bother about the number of lines increasing. You try to make the program more clear, more effective, and more meaningful way. It will give the equal importance to both. However, this command not only like this thing, if there are some unprecedented changes also come, system will not consider these spaces. It will ignore all these white spaces. Still, this is a valid code only. It will accept that. It will execute that. The output also will come like as usual before. 2 times it is coming because here I wrote 2 times, no? Or else let me put one break here. Skip 2. So first output, second output, both outputs are coming in the same way, though you written like this. So or else you can put something like this. So make your program basically looks more readable to anybody. So even if you put some unrequired okay indents like this, but within the code, if you put the gaps, it will take time. You see here, if you put the some spaces within before thank you, but those are coming under the within the single quotes, right? Then that means you're trying to print the spaces. That is different. I'm talking about the empty spaces on the editor, but not the spaces within the single quote. Within the single quote, why thank you message came forward here? Because here before that, you have displayed some spaces as well. Where here you see, you have put in that spaces within this single quote symbol. It will be like that. So usually people will write program lines as like this, but suddenly here there is a button pretty printer. If you click on that, your entire code will automatically get aligned according to the system standards. But here these things. So you can use pretty printer just to be wanted to align the code, execute the output. Here there is no spaces before thank you, but before thank you here, there is some blank is coming. The reason is here you are trying to display some additional spaces. So with this you understood how do we use write command and also how do we use this slash line and also the shortened operator. Shortened operator colon to reduce the number of times the keyword usage. So the above 3 lines and below 3 lines are absolutely same. Instead of that, the command before the colon symbol is commonly applicable for all the statements separated by commas until it finds full stop. But if you put the full stop here itself, then it is wrong. So system will understand that that sentence is ended there. So for the remaining 2 sentences, there is no command. So it will show you the errors. Because here comma is there, but here there is no command. Because of reason, here you put in the decimal. Just over the practice, you will become perfect with this on top of the user system, but you can go with that. Okay, let's move on to the next topic. Anytime in the display, if you wanted to display one underline also, you can write the command called uline. So uline will display one underline on the screen. See here, this underline is coming. I wanted one underline between all these statements. Yeah, still you can put up. You can, for example, here after every line, I wanted some underline here. I wanted some underline here. So that underlines are forming after every line. if you want, by writing this command uline. Okay, let me save this for now. From here, we will go on to the next line. So did you understand this command still? Are you clear about this write command, everyone? So right now you understood about 3 keywords already. Write keyword you understood, skip keyword you understood, uline keyword you understood. What else are the other keywords? Hundreds of keywords will come like this. The most and the best study material for you is, you just place the cursor anywhere on any of the keyword. For example, write command is there. How to use this write command? You just place the cursor just on the write command and press F1. It will open internal help documentation. This is not something coming from browser, internal help documentation. You see, now we are learning about the write command. How do we use the write command? What is the syntax? So these are all different syntaxes. Okay, we can convert into upper cases, lower cases, a lot many things. This is all the notes with some good number of examples. You can copy this example from here. You can paste it in your ABAP editor. You can test that code and you will understand how this is functioning, how this is working out, how the calculations are happening. Lot of about handling strings, so much of program, so much of coding, so much of sample examples you will find here. This piece of code, you can just copy, you can select this, you can copy this, you can paste it in your ABAP editor and you can test that. Not only about the write statement, about any statement you want to, for example, skip one we are using. So if you wanted to know more details about skip command, let's double click on skip. So what it is doing, skip will create a blank line. If I say skip 3, it will create 3 blank lines. There is another syntax also about to use the skip command. You can go through this. You can see this example. You can copy this example. Simply put it in your program. Test that. It will give the results. Observe. So this is one of the best places to learn every command, everything in SAP ABAP. And not only that, at the bottom also, you will see one section here called ABAP examples. You go there, then hundreds of programs are here. Alphabetically, it is given, right? For example, if you're trying to learn about extracting, if you're trying to learn about field symbols, if you're trying to learn about some internal table creations, you can select that. It will open one nice program for you. This program code, simply you can copy. You can execute this output from here also. You can test the program here. You will see how the output is coming here. Yeah, exactly like this only I want the output in my project also. Simple, this code piece you can copy from here. You can paste it in your program. You can use that. Or at least you will learn a lot many things from this one. So in this example, here you can go to at the bottom, you can go and you can see ABAP examples. Where will you see the examples more than this? Where else we will get the help documentation or the sample programs more than this? If you wanted to learn about string functions, this is. But of course, instantly you cannot understand all these coding lines. After you gain some level of understanding on things, you can go to that. So how do we come to this one, Tim? How to get to this help document? You just place anywhere on any keyword, you can place the cursor and you press F1. The standard ABAP documentation will come. Just place the cursor there, press F1, that help documentation will come to you. From here, you can scroll, you can go to any topics, any sections within ABAP. Complete information about CDS views, about data dictionary, about reports, everything you will get here. So if you observe this diagram, I have put in different types of baskets or bags, whatever you call it. So I'm going to call all these things as containers. Agree? Will you agree? Are these all containers or not? Container means basically where you are keeping something, right? You can store something, you can keep up something, and then you can carry that. So that is called a container. Need not be the containers which are going on the highways carrying milk container, petrol containers, cars and bikes also will go on very big containers, right? Anything which holds something and helping you to carry that from one place to another, which is called as a container. In our programs also, we will be having the need of having some containers. Those technically call it as data objects, because program means what? Program means just not only always about to display some output on the screen. Program is always about handling some data. So doing some calculations, processes some data. So user definitely will provide some input. Based on that input, we will do process certain calculations, and finally we will show the result. For example, user is entering two values, 10 and 20. Now we should find out the sum of both the values or the average of both the values. That average calculation should be done inside the program. Finally, the result should be shown on the output side. But how program will handle that values? Whichever values user entered on the screen, how your program will take into it. Then how your program will do that calculation. Finally, how it will display that output. That means throughout the program execution, your program is responsible to carry some data. Some data given by user, some data which it calculated and find, and finally that the data to be shown on the screen. So program is always meant for process the data. Certain data will be given as an input, and some process also to be taken up on that given inputs, on that given data. Finally, the resulted data has to be shown on the screen. But how your program will handle that data, where it will store that data, how it will manage that data with the help of these containers. Those containers only we called as data objects. You can call with any name, variable structures, lot of technical names slowly will come. But ultimately, what are all they? They're all data objects. Data object means a container which is holding some data within it and helping the program to carry the data. So from the beginning to the end, it is helping you to carry that information. Suppose you went to a vegetable market, you bought some vegetables. So while going there, you will take some container. The right hand side, you look at this bag, white color bag. So it is helping because you cannot hold all the data in your hand. So you are taking that container to the bag and then you are filling. So initially at home, it is an empty bag. That means there is no data inside that. There is no data inside that, just an empty bag only. You went to vegetable market, you bought some vegetables, you put that content inside. That means data is there inside, and you carry from there to your home. So that bag is helping you to carry some data from the shop to your home. Like that, these containers also will help you to carry some data in your program. We need to create this kind of containers. Again, containers are of different type. For example, I'm going to market to buy about some 5 liters of oil. I'm going to buy. Will I take this container? So look at here. Look at this picture. This color baskets. These are also containers. Shall I take these containers to buy some oil? Can I take these containers to buy some oil?
Oh, oil in these
Right.
containers.
That means every container cannot carry everything. Depends on the data you are trying to put in there. You have to choose the correct container type. Should I use this container, or even this container is very big? There are no holes also. Still, can I take this bag to buy oil?
No.
No, again, because oil, liquid items, still this bag cannot hold. It is a container, definitely. There are no holes also. Still, even this is not the appropriate container to carry my particular data. In this example, my data is that oil. That oil cannot hold by this container. Then I wanted to definitely a specially designed, a specially created container. This one like this, I will take it up. So this is a container which I can use, especially when I'm handling, especially when I have the requirement to handle liquids. But again, it is costly also. Just think like that. Again, at the same time, can I use the same container to buy some flowers or vegetables, something like that? Again, no. Still, it has its own set of purpose. It is a container. These are also containers. These are also containers. I'll be using the right container according to the content. According to the content I'm trying to carry. For example, I'm going to buy some eggs. So definitely I can keep X in this basket also. I can keep X in this basket also. And somehow if there is a big hole, I can keep X in this basket also. Still, even though it is possible to carry the X in this container, but among these two containers, which one would you prefer? When you go to market to buy the X, still even it is not something like not impossible. It's not impossible to carry the X in this bag. You can bring it up. Still, even among these two, which container would you prefer?
Bottom one.
Bottom one. Though still there is a possibility, still even you are choosing the appropriate one, depend on the data you are storing. Similarly, in your programs also, in our ABAP program also, we are going to handle different sets of data. What is that called? Sometimes you are required to handle some values. Values are different. 10, 20, 30, 40, those are called values, numerical values. Those numerical values should be carried in a separate type of container. And sometimes I will be using some characters like your initial name, some symbols. That is a different type of data. And sometimes I will be using some names, your first name, your company name. I wanted to store that value in somewhere. I have to choose the correct container in which I can able to store names. If I try to store my vegetables in this egg basket, what will happen? If I try to store my vegetables in this egg basket, what will happen? Your egg basket definitely cannot. Can I put my vegetables in this egg basket or not? What will happen to me if I put it?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which statement is true about the CDS, Core Data Services, in ABAP on HANA? Option A, used for defining and consuming ABAP dictionary objects. Option B, a replacement for traditional database tables. Option C, facilitates data modeling and access in a unified manner. Option D, a tool for database administration. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become a whiz at managing supplies? Our SAP ABAP on HANA course is just what you need. You can take it at your speed on our site. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ABAP on HANA. It's like a toolkit for planning things, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced tips. It's created by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are pros who've been at this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students love the course too. Folks just like you have found our course super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP ABAP on HANA Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more details, head to ZaranTech's website.
So sir, all the content cannot be fit in that container. Some pieces of all the mirchi and all onions, whatever I put in, some content definitely there is a space to go and keep there, and rest of the content will come out because there is not ample space, enough space to carry to keep my vegetables over there. So we will be choosing the very wise decisions every time when we are handling these real-time scenarios, real usages. Why not the same logic we do apply in our coding also? Definitely it is required. What type of data are you handling? Are you choosing the correct container for that? Are you choosing the right container for storing the right data within it? If not, certainly you will see that consequences. If I put the oil in this one, first 5 minutes it will stay there. After that, slowly it will start leaking. Because it is your thing, it is your wrong that you have chosen a wrong container for the data currently which you are processing. It looks like so. Over the practice, as we got the common sense, similarly here also, that common sense need to be applied. Different types of data will be stored in different containers. So in our program, we will be creating. Then the question will come: how to create containers? The containers we do create by using the keyword called data. For every container, there will be one name. When we are going to market, we will tell to mummy, or our mummy will also tell, hey, you take the blue basket and go to market. So that is the name given to that basket. There are two baskets at your home. Yellow basket you are using for puja items, and blue basket you are using for vegetables. Okay, so she will say, take that violet basket and go to market. So every basket has to be identified by a name. You take that jolly bag and then go. You take that blue color tin and then go. Similarly, in your programs also, as we are going to handle and work with multiple containers, every container we will give some name. So how to create a container first? The keyword we use for creating the container is the keyword called data, and then the name of the container, because multiple containers will be there in your program. So for every container, you should give some name. And what is the type of the container? We have to specify some type name here. That means, is that container should made up with cloth? Is that container should made up with the plastic? Is that container should made up with metal or wood? And so what kind of container it is? What is the quality of the container? And how big it is, how small it is? That is deciding by the type name. For example, this is the way first we do create a container. So once a container is created, container created means what? One empty bag is there. There is no content inside that. Container is there. There is no content. Empty bag is there. After that, you will fill the data within that. So that kind of container we do create data, container name of type, that type name. This type name will tell what type of container it is. So data v1 of type, there is one type name, standard type name, that is called I. I will tell what is that. Now you compare these two statements, team. So here, what is this v1 is talking about? Compare these two name of the container and the type as it is there. So data. So let me put in different colors for you. It is easy for you to understand. So these things will not change, Tim. Whatever I put in red color will not change. These names, your choice. You will be putting that. But this type name is also standard one. So some standard types are there that you will put in. So this name of the container is up to your choice. You are putting it. So data v1 is the name of the container. Type I have written as Disney type. Type name I. And then here I said data v2 of type C. You know, both looks pretty much same. Two statements. That means two bags. Here, two bags are made here. This is bag one. This is bag two. How much difference is there between these two bags? Here I can carry about 10 kilos of vegetables directly. I can bring to home with this bag. But in this bag, hardly it is difficult for me to carry more than 2 to 3 kilos of items. So much of difference is there. I should use this one to carry only certain types of items, and I should use this one to carry something else. Similarly, here V1 and V2 are two of your bags. Two of your bags. V1 is a bag. But in V1, what can you store? In V1, what can you store? Can you store oil, or can you store only not liquid items, but only the solid items? What can you store here? Can you store liquid items or solid items? Or what else? Or gas items? Simply, this is deciding that. This I is indicating that this is an integer container. So you can store anytime integers only. Integers means 10, 20, 30, 40, minus 10, minus 20, minus 30. All integers you can store in V1. In this container, anytime you can store some integer value. How do I store that? Like this, V1 equal to 100. So in that container now, I have stored a value called 100. Similarly, at the same time, V1 equal to Ravi. Can I store a name like this? No, definitely not possible. Why? Because V1 is a container. I told you why means there is a reason. In this container, can I keep my oil? You said very clearly no. Because this container is not made for that. This container is not meant for carrying the liquid items. Period. That material, that size, that quantity, whatever it is. This container is not made for carrying vegetables. It is specially designed for a separate thing. Similarly, V1 is a container which is very clearly said it is decided it is dedicated for storing only integers. I can store only integers, but I cannot store the names. V1 cannot hold, V1 cannot accept, V1 cannot take. Anytime I can store V1 equal to 10,000 I can store, it is happy, but still V1 equal to one small symbol, no, it cannot store. Whether it is small or big, not matter. It can store 1 lakh value. V1 is ready to store 1 lakh, but V1 is not ready to store one single character because it is a different container. It is made, it is created with a different material, with a different purpose, for the purpose of storing only integer values. Like that, this is also made for storing any character symbol. That means V2 equal to character symbols, we will put in single quotes. We have to store while giving it in single quotes. I can put star, I can put my initial, I can put any other symbol, but I can store again only one character. If I try to store Ravi within that, still will it accept? No, because V2 is a character variable. It can take characters, but still it is saying I can store only one character. Sorry. Don't give me lengthy values. Even if you give lengthy value, still V2 can store only R because there is not enough space. It is saying that I can hold only one character. You cannot store multiple characters. Then you will ask the question, if I wanted to store Ravi name, then what? Then you find out the other data type, find out the other alternatives. Like that, your requirement will make you search for more and more advanced things. Data V3, another container thing. So V1, V2, V3, I'm just giving some name. Don't look at that V1, ABC1, ABC2, ABC3, whatever it is, these are my container names. C1, C2, C3. Container 1, container 2, name can be anything. What does that matter? Type D. So in C3 is a container. C3 is a container. I can store dates. In shortcut, we also call them as variables because of the programming terminology. That's the reason I'm giving the name as V. These are all V1, V2, V3, these containers. We have technically all our containers team, all our containers, but technically we will be giving different names to them. So this type of containers are called variables. Different types of containers also will come. So V3 is another variable. In V3, what I can store? I can store some date. Oh, this is for storing the date values, any date value. For example, what is today date? 23rd January, right? So while storing the date, you should store like this: first year, next month, next date. While storing, you should store like that. But while printing, it will come normally only date, month, year. But when you are storing the value, you should store like that. 2024, 01, today date is 23. You can store like that. What else are the other types? Data V4 of type T. You can store the time, hours, minutes, seconds. What is the current time that you can store? How do we store? V4 equal to, so right now it is 3:30. So 03, 30, 00. Hours, minutes, seconds. This is the format. Hours, minutes, seconds. And here this is the format. Years, month, date. While storing. What else are the other types? Data V5 of type, I can use packet decimal. If I wanted to store some decimal values like 3.5, 4.5, V1 is a variable. I mean, V1 is a container. It can store 1 lakh value, but still it cannot store 1.5. Which is bigger? 1.5 is bigger or 1 lakh is bigger? 1 lakh is much, much bigger. Still V1 saying, I'm sorry, I cannot hold decimal values. I am only intended for storing integer values. You give me 1 lakh, I will take. If you give me 1.5, I cannot take. It cannot hold 1.5, but still it can hold 10,000 or 1 lakh also. If you wanted to store the decimal values, you have to create that variable of type P. So these are all some standard data types. We have some of the standard data types, lot many other types also there, like for even bigger values, we have the float type, numeric character type, N is there. Slowly, depend on the need, we will go for that. So like that, first you have to create how many data containers you need for your program. Now in my program, next we are going to create a program in which user will enter two values. And now I have to find out their sum and that output I should display. So for that program to handle, how many containers do I need? How many containers do I need to handle that program? Definitely for taking the user input, I need 2 containers. And to find their sum, I need another container. So totally 3 containers I should create. So once if I have 3 containers in that program, definitely I can play with that and I can make my job get done. Throughout your ABAP, so many things are coming up for creating various types of containers. You will be creating even very big containers also, team. It will come. So these containers I have explained very normally, but look at this picture. This is one container, but what is the difference here? If you observe, this is looks like only one bag only, but within this bag itself, I have multiple pockets again. I can keep up all the items separately. Any item individually, I can just, all the lemons are kept here and then all onions are kept here. Just I can put my hand inside and then I can pick up that item. I don't need to search for everything. It is one container, but internally having multiple, shelves within it, multiple blocks, multiple placeholders to segregate the items separately individually. So this is also again a container. Depend on the purpose, we are going to create this type of containers also. But any container you do create by using this same statement. Data is a keyword. The name of your container, that is the name of your container name. Of type, it is also one keyword. You have to provide the type name. This type name itself, everything team. This type name itself is deciding what type of container it is. What can you store within it? What you cannot store? How much big it is? How small it is? How big it is? What is possible? What is not possible in that container? That is deciding by the corresponding type which you are using while creating that container. Is it clear? See, right now we have multiple types within it. So for now, minus 2,35,000 to plus 2,35,000 value you can store. And again, within that, there are integer 2, integer 4 types also there. Earlier, we can store between minus 2,35,000 to plus 2,35,000. But now we can use within integers also. Again, another types are given up to minus 8 lakhs to plus 8 lakhs you can store. Language to language, it will store. Here also we have that one, short integer, long integer, mid integer, depend on the purpose. For example, you are writing a program about some student marks and student totals, so average kind of thing. Obviously, any student marks will not cross. It is always below 100 only. Even if there are six subjects to 10 subjects, their total marks also will not cross more than 1,000. Well, while writing a program to play values within 10,000 to 10,000 values, definitely you don't require such a big container. It is something like you are going to market. You're going to market to buy a lemon, but you are carrying this bag. You are going to market to buy just one single lemon, but you are carrying this bag. It will not required. Any simple pocket container also even you can take up there. Similarly, these types will decide in integer also. If you are playing with very smaller values, let us take only the short integer. Here also we have different types of data types to avoid unnecessary uses of space. In the tables, definitely not only values, you will be storing some images also, you will be storing some photos also. Lot of content you are storing. For that we have various types of data types. When we are creating the dictionary tables, I will introduce even some more advanced data types also there.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just this is only the data types for writing the program, the very fundamental basic data types which we are using for creating various types of containers. Eventually, multiple data types with multiple capabilities will come up, because these are all there for developing business applications. So certainly what is needed for business, those are all already available in ABAP. We can rely on it. Then if I wanted to store some name, right, there are two options, data v7. Now you see, when I use type C, I said you can store only one character, but you cannot store one complete name. But if I wanted to store the complete name, here
Yes,
type C only we do use, but we do write here length 20. So this is one addition. Like that, slowly one after one will come. So it is also character type, but here explicitly I mentioned length 20. That means that means, so in that one, I can able to store one complete name also, because up to 20 characters I can store in this V7, because this is a character type. But sometimes I don't know, even I store 10 character or 20 character, even sometimes it will be more than this. We have another data type called string. I can use that, then it is up to your choice. So VIT equal to, there is no fixed limit of length that 20 characters or 30 characters. You can store lengthy names as well, team. I can store it in V8 because it has been created with the data type string. So some of the data types I have introduced here. Slowly, when we are moving into the deeper things, other data types also will get loaded and we will play with that. But these variables we should not declare with V1, V2, V3, V4 like this, team. Just for our understanding, I said, in the programs, we will be giving some meaningful names, because all of a sudden, what is V6, what is V5, we cannot understand. We have to give some meaningful name to that variable. Then accordingly, we do code our program. Let us see how to declare the variables and how to store the values and how to display that values. Is it clear, team, about the introduction of data types? First, we have learned how to create the containers. Nothing but data objects. All data objects, this is the only syntax thing. Simple to remember. Data, your container name of type, some data type name. This data type name will decide what type of container it is. So normally, like our vegetable our normal containers will not have anything within this, but these containers by default will possess some values internally. That is called the default value. For example, V1 is an integer container I have created. It is an integer container, integer variable. So by default, you did not store any value. So by default, internally it contains a value called 0. So if you display the value of V1, you will see the output as 0. But if you store some value, now that 0 will be overwritten by the value 100, because if you don't assign any value, internally default it contains 0. So the default values will be there for every of this data type stream. So here default is default value 0, and for characters the default value means the moment you create the container, what is there inside. Once you assign the value, that value will be there. Once you put something in the bag, that will be there, but before that, what is there in that bag, that is called. So for the character variables, the default is just one blank space. That means no value. For date variables, if you store any date, it will hold the date. If you not store any date, by default it contain a value like this: 0000, that is years, 00, that is month, 00, that is date. By default value will be like this. So here also for time variables, default 000000. So date and type, we have to put it in single quotes. So this one also 0. Floating will have some page value, not 0. I need to check that. Let me recollect. Even characters, as you know, space only, empty space only. String also will have empty space only. You generate the requirement on your own and find out the way. Okay, team. So let us implement that in our programs and then let us execute them. So I'm creating another program, demo 2, using data objects. Save it as a local object. So team, in this code, let us see how to create one simple program about understanding the uses of data containers, how to create them, how to store them, and then how to use them. So data value 1 of type I, data value 2 of type I. You see, these two words are coming in, keywords are coming in blue color, and both I have declared as integer variables. Now, if I show their values, if I display their values, when I'm displaying, you should see these are the container names. Container names, you should not put it in single quotes. If you put like this, that means you wanted to display the value as like value 1. This message will be displayed as like your name. It is a name of the variable. Name of the variable, we don't put it in single quotes. Only fixed text message, we'll put it in single quotes. So if you see the values, okay guys, let us continue. Okay, so we have seen their initial values are 0, 0. But I think it would be good, right, if I display some message also to them. So write value of first variable, something like this as a message. And here value of second variable. So I suppose to write 4 write statements, but 4 write statements we try to combine here in 2 lines. So activate it, execute the output. Value of first variable 0, value of second variable 0. Why this gap is coming? Because integer values will follow the right alignment. It comes like this. You'll understand that output management also slowly. Now I wanted to store some values. Let me put value 1. Let me put value 1 equal to 100 and value 2. I mean that variable names I have taken as such team. If you take these names not like value 1 and value 2, if you take their names as v1 and v2, obviously you have to call them with the name of v1 and v2 only. So here you display the value of v1, you display the value of v2. Some meaningful names we will take. Usually in the projects we will be following some naming standards for the projects. I will tell you that naming standards for everything what we are preparing, declaring certain naming standards we should follow for the variables, for the containers, for the constants, for the structures, for the tables, for the classes, for the objects, and for everything, certain naming style we should follow. I will be sharing that details as well. After that, you do create by following that standard. So V2 is equal to 200. Now I stored some values. V1 value 100, V2 value 200. Now let me, once again, let me display that values again. So let me put some 2 lines break, and after that, so first I have declared here. Declaration is done, right? So here I will write some comment. Declare the variables, right? So variables are declared, and after that here I am trying to display their values. Display their initial values. What is there initially? And after that here we are assigning some values. Assign values to variables or your containers. We did that. And now here we are again displaying the values. So like that, when you are writing the code, every time you will be writing some comments also, because tomorrow, if somebody else look at your program, what is happening, what is declared, why it is written like this, by reading these extra lines of comments, they can easily understand the entire program that's skeleton very comfortably, because you are the person today developing this project. Tomorrow somebody else will come. So for them to understand what is our total logic, they should able to read your mind who prepared that program. It will take some time for them to go through all the lines of code and understand, but certainly these comments will make the understanding of the code very easy for them. So it is also a good idea, professional way of writing programs, by writing all the relevant comments at all the relevant sections. Anyhow, these comments will not increase your program size or program burden or program weight. If you write even 100 lines of comments also, still that's not any additional burden for the program, because those are just only comments. So system will not consider them for the execution. Activate it. So when I run the program, fantastic. So initially their values are 0, but now their values are 100 and 200. We are getting that. Very good. Now let us do some calculation. I wanted to add these two values and I wanted to store in some third variable and I wanted to display that. So for that, what should I do? Here again, I have to take some third variable. Okay. Earlier, ABAP is also used to be like this. In so many programming languages, all the declarations we will do in the beginning of the program, and after that only we will continue the program. Even ABAP also like that only. ABAP also, we have to declare all the variables in the beginning of the program, and after that, the remaining code has to run up to last few years. This was the scenario, but now SAP made it very simple. Whenever you need, then and there you can declare that variables also. So free style of declaration made possible. Earlier it was not the case, okay, but now it is happening. Anyhow, still do follow that. Now sum equal to V1 plus V2. So here plus is an arithmetic operator. Like that we have so many arithmetic operators also, team. What are the arithmetic operators we have? We have addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and then mod for reminders, and then exponential is also there. What is that symbol? Or this? I will tell. Let us first work out on these operators. And for assignment, equal to, as usual, equal to. Okay. But make a note of it. Always there must be one space between operand and operator. Always there must be one space between operand and operator. So here, if you see here, V1 plus V2. So here plus is operator, V1 and V2 are operands. So there must be one space always between the operator and operand. Even sum equal to V1. So here also left hand side is sum, right hand side is V1. In between operator is V1. Operands are sum and V1. There must be one space between operator and operand. Now I have added both the values. Finally, let us display the result. Sum equal to, what is the name of the variable? The name of the container. Name of the variable or name of the container is sum, which I have displayed here. Activate it. Execute it. So sum equal to 300 coming. Fantastic. So first program in which you have declared the variables, stored the values, did the calculation, finally displayed the output as well. See, when you are looking at my screen, my explanation, it looks very easy. But when you start writing on your own, fingers will not move on keyboard. How to do practice? By practice only, it will become comfort. Without practice, while listening entire thing, you will able to understand and follow. But again, the moment you come to do the coding, things will not work out. A lot of practice is required until you become very familiar about all these syntaxes. Sum equal to 300. Similarly, let us do the other calculations also. For difference, I have taken diff of type I. So for multiplication, data PRD, like for product. Okay. For division, div of type I. Or S for sum, D for difference, P for product, P for division. I have taken all are of type integers. Let us do that calculations also. Now this is not sum, this is S. I have taken. Variable names are your choice, team. There are some guidelines for variable names also. I will tell that. Similarly, let us find the difference equal to up to your choice. So V1 is bigger or V2 is bigger. You can do that. I said V2 minus V1 because V2 is a big value I have. Or else V1 minus V2, if you do, you will get the negative values, minus value. Let's do minus value only. What is wrong? V1 minus V2. Similarly, product. Let's do the product V1 into V2. Let's do the division V1 by V2. We can do that. Finally, let us display all that results here. Sum equal to difference equal to product equal to division equal to. So sum, this is difference, this is two variables with same names are here, difference and division. Okay, division, let me put dv. Variable name is dv. Product is equal to p. Division equal to dv. Variable names you will be taking very meaningful names team. So let me save it, execute it. Yeah, sum is 300. 100 minus 200. If you do minus 100, if I do multiply both, product is 2000. If you do the division value is coming about 1 because it is values are taken as such. So let me take V1 equal to 10, V2 equal to 2. Yeah, 10 and 2. Now sum equal to 12. Difference is 10 minus 2, 8. Product 10 multiplied to 20. Division 10 by 2. If you do 10 by 2, the division value you are getting 5. So like that, the answers are coming. Why the alignment is coming like this? Why all these things are not coming in an order line? Because on the left hand side, even this text also is like that. All these alignments, appearance, colors, outputs, that will come first. Focus on the logic building only. But if you give this program to any customer, if that customer use this program forever in his lifetime, every time this program is only adding and subtracting 10 and 2 only. Because in that program, V1 value is 10, V2 value is 2. That's it. So this program, if you run for 100 times also, it is running only 10 plus 2 only. If you want this program to happen, if you want this program to work with any other two values, only thing is he has to open that code, he has to change that values in the code. Because V1, V2 values we have directly taken inside the code. If you want the program to run on a different values, he has to again go there and change the code. He has to give some new values, but he doesn't know, right, how to change that code. And why should we? No, instead of taking the values like this, I wanted to run the program. I wanted to develop the program in such a way that when I run the program, it should prompt me. It should ask me two values first. It should ask me two values. Whatever values I'm giving to it, my program should work on those two values. Every time when I run the program, it should ask me, hey, please enter first value and second value. So if I give 100 and 200, it should work. If I give 1000, 2000, it should take. Something like that I wanted the program to work, right? That is the purpose of the program. The purpose of the program is not to add 10 plus 2 for lifetime. The purpose of the program is to work on any two values, like your calculator. If you give any two values, it will do the addition. It will do the subtraction. But how do we do that? We will see that with another example. But so everyone understood this program? Any questions here in this program, please? Very good. So note down this program name also, and every one of you should be able to do this code, develop this code, and test this program once. Okay, so this program, I'm keeping it as it is. Then let me create one more program, but I will copy this program. So here there is a button to copy. So this entire program, I can copy into another program, but you don't do this copying things. You try to write it from the beginning. You see this code, do write it. What you will do, what people will do, they will just select all this code, Control C. They will copy that. You will paste it in the code. You will test the execute button. Result will come. Is that only for that result only? If you want, you can run my program also. You don't need to copy that and paste it in your program. Directly, you can run my program also. but objective is you to write the code, observe the problems, errors, and become familiar. So you refer my programs, but so I'm copying the entire code of demo 2 into demo 3 program. Yeah, copy. Again, click on local object. It is copied. Now this program, I'm making some modifications. What is the modification I'm doing? Instead of taking V1, V2, like always work with 10 and 2. No, I don't want to give 10 and 2 like that. And in fact, I don't want V1, V2 to be created like this. I wanted to let the user provide some input. One is for V1 and one is for V2. If that is your requirement, don't create them like this. There is same, just another way. You have to use a keyword called parameters. So team, tell me what is the change I made there for the above 2 lines and below 2 lines. What did I change? What is the change you noticed? V1, V2 variables are same, type I are same. Just this keyword data, I have changed it with the name called parameters. Now you see the magic, what will happen? Let us activate this. Now when I run the program, this time, now it is asking 2 input fields. One is for V1, one is for V2. This type of input fields will come automatically because of, instead of taking it as a data, because of taking it as a parameters. It is another keyword. It will allow the input, it will let the user to provide some input. Now here A value is 10, B value is 2, or V1 is 10, V2 is 2. Execute. I got the answers. Come back. See, when you come back, you are not going to the code. Again, you can test with 20, 20. Execute. 20 plus 20, 40, 20 minus 20, 0, 20 into 20, 400, 20 by 20, division is 1. Let me try this value is 1000, this value is 20. Execute. It is 1000, this is 20, and minus subtraction 980, product is 20,000, division is 50. So your program is allowing the user to enter some inputs, and the program is processing. The program is running on top of the values of V1 and V2. Suddenly, I have not entered anything in V2. Only I given the V1 value 1000, but V2 value I did not give anything. If I run the program, what will happen to you? Guess what will happen?
It should throw an error.
No, it will not throw any error at this moment because integer anyhow by default it contains the value 0, right?
0.
So it will understand that okay, you don't want to give any value. So still I am okay. It will say okay, fine. You don't want to enter any value for V2. I am fine. So V1 value is 1000. V2 value is 0. So 1000 plus 0, 1000. 1000 minus 0, 1000. 1000 multiplied by 0. What is the answer? 1000 multiplied by 0.
0.
0 and 1000 by 0. So that is the problem. If it is 1000 by 0, because divisor should not be 0, it will goes to infinite values, right? Because we know that denominators never be 0. If you run the program, it will go to the short dump like this. Because it is trying to do 1000 by 0, which is completely not logical thing. It is an infinite value. So system is not able to calculate that value. So that is the reason it comes up to this error. This is actually called dump, short dump. So dump means some uncatchable error. Something happened which system could not able to handle it. So that is the error happened. What is the error happened? Why this error happened? If you come down, you will see it will explain you also the reason. The problem is with the division operator. See, the current ABAP program had to be terminated. The program got terminated because it found a statement that could not be executed. Achha. Because of what statement? The program terminated. You come down, scroll down. It will show the line. Because of what line? Your program actually not successfully executed. If you come down your source code, see it is saying this symbol. Look at this symbol. It is indicating that there is something wrong happened here because V1 value 1000, 1000 division by 0. This is completely not logical thing. So the system could not able to handle it. It went wrong. So to avoid that, this kind of things, what should I make? I wanted to make user must enter some value in V2. I wanted to make sure user must enter some value in V2. Right now, this is 1000. Even if I don't enter anything in V2, still my program is running, but I don't want my program to run like that. I wanted to make this field mandatory. You will also write when you are submitting any college application form or any online form, some fields you will get with that red color asterisk marker. What is that indicating? That is a mandatory. Compulsory, you must enter the value like that. If you wanted to do that behavior, if there is an option. For V2 especially, I said obligatory. So by making it as obligatory, let us see the difference now. Simple. For V1 I did not made, but for V2 I made it. It is obligatory. Execute this. Now you see here, V2 specially marked now. Did you see the symbol here, red color asterisk? Did you notice that too? Yep. So V1 value 500 I given, but V2 value I did not give anything. Let me try to run. No, it is not taking me. See the bottom error message. Make an entry mandatory in field value V2. Compulsory. Whether you enter 5 or -5, 10 or -10, your choice. But please provide a value. Until you provide this value, system will not let you run the program. After that only output is coming. For example, I did not enter any value in V1. I have entered value only in V2. Will it take it now? Will the program now, if I click on execute?
Yep.
Yes, because I have not made V1 as mandatory. So whether you enter any value for V1 or not, system will not bother. System will bother whether you entered a value for V2 or not. If I run, it will take V1 value as 0, V2 value as 10, and on 0 and 10, all the calculations can be done because numerator can be 0 when divisions are happening. When you are doing the divisions, denominator only should not be 0 as per arithmetics calculations. It is working fine. But still, if you want to make both of them as obligatory, you can do both also as obligatory. Now compulsory, if you enter the second value, but if you don't enter the first value, still it will not run. Compulsory asking for V1 value also. Now it will run. Very good. But when I am running my program, if you observe, by default, these are obligatory, but there is no default value coming in. Of course, they have 0, 0, but here I just wanted to make sure that at least some initial values like V1 value 100, V2 value 10. I wanted to give some default values for V1 as 100, V2 as 10. So when you program run, directly it will come with 110 values by default. So you can change that if you want. At least still you can run that program so that V1 will take 100 and V2 will take 10. So by default, if you wanted to impose some values into the variables, here there is an addition called default. $120 activate it, execute it. So both are mandatory. By default, they comes up with 120. I can run the program. Output calculations will happen on 120. Still, if I wanted to make changes, that I can change that values, and I can run that. So default, you can give some values to the variables by using the addition called default. For parameters, you should use default thing. But as like the first example, for the data variable, by default it is 0. But if you wanted to give some default value, you have to use this addition called value. If you wanted to provide, if you don't provide that value, its default value is 0. But if you want to provide any value, there you have to use the addition called value. In case when you are working with the data, but if you are working with parameters, you have to use the keyword default. That is the difference between these two. So data means these are also variables. These are also variables, but these are different variables. It is taking input from you, but these are all internally working, not taking input from you. So this is another program, demo 3. All are working fine. Okay, team. So now it's 4:20. Let's take a small break. So post the break, I will introduce some more operators and some more calculations. See what we are trying to do. Eventually, we are building the structure. We are eventually strengthening one after one. First purpose. Why? Why are we doing that? First one, requirement we are generating. We are understanding, okay, if this is the requirement, what is the solution for that? And again, like that, we will slowly increase the complexity. We will try to create a problem, a challenging situation. For that challenging situation, what is the way? What is the answer ABAP is giving? What is a way to address that requirement in case if that is a requirement comes to you from the client? What is a solution from our end that we can do in our ABAP? We have to build in that successive manner actually. That is very good style, rather just always limiting, okay, this is only taught, this is only learned, this is only practiced, not like that. Programmer's mindset always should be like you should be in the shoes of the client. First, you should generate the requirement on your own. You should think about the problems from your end first. Tomorrow, if this is the question comes from the client, you first ask that question yourself. Then you will come to know. So if client is something asking a kind of question, it should be something like you could not ever imagine that before. Such kind of questions should come from, but for all the rest of the questions, you should have the mind, you should have the answers with you. That should be the mindset for a programmer always. Here also, definitely, I'm going to teach you very few things only. Rest of the things, come on, you ask yourself and you find the answer for that. You find the solution for that. It is all about requirement, solution, requirement, solution. You generate the requirement, you find out the way for that. And when it is a wrong keyword, directly it is coming in red color, right? So that is your requirement, right? How system will show if V1, V2, two values you are entering. Which one you wanted to make it mandatory? That is absolutely your need, right? Yeah, that is exactly our personal need. Among these two variables, we are handling with 10 variables. Among 10, which one you wanted to keep mandatory, which one is not mandatory? That is absolutely your individual call upon your requirement. That system has no responsibility to suggest that, hey, why don't you make V2 as mandatory?
Yeah.
The system cannot suggest. System is thinking another way that you wanted that intentionally. You don't want that as a parameter. That is your need. That is how system will understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which one you wanted to make as data and which one you wanted to make as parameter? Absolutely, that is your call. System will think always that you wanted things like that only. Yeah, Eclipse also we can do, right, team? Eclipse also auto code suggestions are there. Here also it is there. So these are the two places we do write ABAP code. But this is much advanced editor. Everything you can learn and explore from here much better even comparatively editor. And eventually you can do practice that in Eclipse also. But Eclipse just recently it started. For years of time we have been learning and working only on this ABAP editor. And this is the editor. Nothing else better than this. All right, team. Let's continue our discussion about some more things in our programming. So we understood how to create parameter statements, then how to perform various calculations and display the outputs also. Similarly, let us develop one more program about understanding the other data types also. So I'm creating one more program, demo 4, create, using data types, various type of values. So like data, so variable underscore integer. This is one integer variable. This is one numeric variable, character variable. This is numeric character N for. This is date variable. This is time variable. This is packet decimal variable. This is character variable, but with some length. This is string variable. You see, I have declared various types of variables with the different data types. Among that, you already understood how to use this integers, right? So v1 equal to some value you can store, like integers you can store. Integer values we don't put in single quotes. Values we have to put directly as value only. We should not put it in the quotes. But v2 is a character variable. You can store any one single character within that. You are not supposed to, and that characters always you should put it in the single quotes. Like v2 equal to, suppose if I wanted to store a, you should not store like that. You have to put it in single quotes. But you can store only one single character. And v3 equal to some value you wanted to store. It is a numeric character. So basically what is this is numeric character. You can store numbers, but it will store internally as a character data type. Okay, in business requirements also we will come to know this type of requirements too. So here it is also equal to character, but that does not mean that you can store B, C, D, some character symbols. You can store only any number, but that will be stored not as a number, as a character. Numeric values, but to be stored as a character, we will use this N for numeric character. If your purpose is to store 3, you can take integers only. If your purpose is to store some character, you can take C. But only numbers should be allowed. Numbers only should be allowed, but still it should be like a character only. Then it should be taken as numeric character. For example, I wanted to store 003. Is it possible to store 003 in a integer variable? No. Integer variable will not take 003 because 003 means it is only 3 again. It will internally store that value as only as 3 only. But I wanted to store some value as like 003. So this kind of, but it is only numbers, but to be treated as characters. In that times we will take numeric character. This is also size only 1. So one comment I have already explained you team. Any one line, if you wanted to comment, you can put the asterisk in the beginning of the line, which will make that line as comment. Similarly, on the line itself, if you wanted to write any comment, you can put a double quote symbol and you can write some comment. But still, you cannot store 3 symbols like this. You can store only any one. You store that. So v4 equal to some. So I wanted to store some date. So today date 2024 January month 23rd date. You can store some time if you wanted to store, or suppose current time. And for date, I told you it's a default size, default length 8. It is length 8, and format should be YYYYMMDD. And for time, default length is 6. Inside it is length is 6, and format is HHMMSS. So this is a inline comment. You can write some comment lines also. So whatever you put in double quote, that entire line will become comment. Again, there is nothing like it will end here and again you can write the program. No, nothing. Just all the remaining portion, all the remaining part of the line will be treated as comment. So inline comments also we can write like this. So date value I have stored, time value, right now it is 4:50. So 04, hours HH, 50 minutes, and then 30 seconds. So something you can store like the string. And this is a packet decimal. So usually we can store some decimal values. For example, I wanted to store 25 point. So this is also a number, but still why we are putting it in single quotes, because this decimal place the system will understand that it is the end of the statement. So only this is only the exceptional case. It is a number only, but still we put it in single quotes. This is not a number, time. This is not a number, it is date. This is a character only, and this is again number. This is also number, but still why we are putting it in single quotes? Because of this decimal symbol. But if you wanted to store some decimals, how many decimals you wanted to store? 2 decimals or 3 decimals? But you should put here actually. Data basics of type P, decimals 2. So I wanted to keep up some 2 decimal values in that one. We can store as such. Then V7. Look at here. V7 is also character type. What I have mentioned, it can contain up to length 20, so that I can store some name. Welcome. Absolutely. But V8 is a string. As it is a string, I can store any length value. I can store within that. So like that, different variables, different value assignment you can make, and then you can display their values also too. So just for your quick convenience, later you can format them. Let us try to see how the results are coming. 8 variables I have taken. So check for the errors. All are good. Activate the code. It is activated. And then let me run the program. If you run the program, V1 value is 100, V2 value is A. Alpha character values will come left alignment, but numbers will come right side. So you don't worry about this different arrangement of field values. But when the date is displayed, you see 23rd today date. When it is displayed, it is converted normally 23rd 01 2024. If you want to put some decimals or slashes, some masking you wanted to do, you can do that. And this is the time format. 4 hours, 50 minutes, 30 seconds. And 325.23, this is a packet decimal value. Again, this is also a value. But when the output is coming, decimal value will come as like a comma. If you want, we can change this. But just by default in SAP, that decimal separator will come like a comma. That is okay. But still, this value is equal to 325.23. We should read like that only. And welcome to SAP. So welcome also stored. Welcome to SAP also displayed here. It is something like this. Why welcome is stored in V7? V7 is a character type, right? But what is the difference between V2 and V7? V2 can contain only single character, but V7 can contain up to 20 characters. For suppose this length 20 I have removed. So then V2 and V7 both are same. This is also character. This is also character. Here I am trying to store welcome, but it cannot take because it is a single length. So it will take only W. First letter only it will take, other characters it will not take, because V7 is just only created as a character type. Character type by default, it will contain only one single character. Its length is only 1. So if I see the output, see, it contains only W. Welcome not stored there. But if you wanted to store, let's provide some length 10. So like this, in a program, you can give a try about all the data types, about storing different values and doing different calculations, different execution of the code. You can give a try like this team on your programs. So totally I have created about 4 programs here. Now I wanted, once if you have done this one, then I will take you next level about doing the logical operators, if conditions and looping statements, how to write in our program. We will test that. But first I wanted every one of you become familiar about these programming statements, and also especially I want each one of you write a program, as like our demo 3, to do the test of all the calculations. I wanted you to develop a program like this. You write some first value, second value, and display there all the results: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. And try to show some nice format also on the output to try to display some kind of box kind of arrangement like this. Not only this, even you just try to put some box like design like stars I wanted to get here also, stars I wanted to get here also. We make this entire display come like neatly inside a box with some proper underlines or something like that. To try that one. Especially you verify whether you are able to manage, you're able to do parameter statement with calculations, and also using of all the other data types as I have described in demo for program.
Hey there! Want to become a whiz at managing supplies? Our SAP ABAP on HANA course is just what you need. You can take it at your speed on our site. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ABAP on HANA. It's like a toolkit for planning things, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced tips. It's created by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are pros who've been at this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students love the course too. Folks just like you have found our course super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP ABAP on HANA Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more details, head to ZaranTech's website.
So team, once again, every one of you, no matter what, seniors, juniors, every one of you, whatever topic we are learning, why we are learning in that extent is like, why am I explaining things also to that way possible is like not only about to write the code on the system, but the roots, the basic, the concept should get into your mind. Otherwise, no matter why we are creating classes, why are we not working with the standard types, you will not be in a position to describe the difference. Class means class we have to create. Why are we creating classes? Why should we go for class creation instead of using the scalar types? We will not able to differentiate that, because the concept understanding is very crucial there. As Senthil rightly said, so we discussed about data types, creating various data objects by using various standard data types, and we have learned some of the standard data types like integer, character, I, C, D, T, right? And by using those standard data types, we have created some of the data containers, or also you can call as data objects, or also you can call them as variables. Various names, what matter, all are meant for the same thing only. We call them as variables, we call them as data objects, we call them as data containers, because ultimately they are helping you to store some data within it. But how are we creating such a data object? For creating a data object, we always need a data type. To store a value, we need a data object. For creating a data object, we need a data type. That is a simple relation. Because the data type, what is data type? The answer for that is like data type basically it is a definition. Data type is a definition. It is defining the set of characteristics. It is defining the characteristics of the data object you are going to create by using that respective data type. What kind of data object will born by using that particular data type? That is the definition of the data type. So data type, simply we can compare like this thing. Usually for Ganesh festival, for we do celebrate Ganesh Navaratris, right? Ganapati Navaratris we do celebrate. Vinayak Chavit, something we call Vinayak Chavit, right? So usually we buy idols, Ganesh idols, and we bring them to home, and then we do worship. Just one example I'm saying. How each of that Ganesh idol made? Each of that Ganesh idol is made basically by using one specific mold. So basically the people will have some kind of molded shape will be there with them. Like let's take 1 feet Ganesha, just only a small Ganesha for our home. I'm not talking about the bigger ones. So how do they make that one? There is a molding. So that molding basically defining the characteristics. Will that Ganesha comes with how many garlands on his neck, and then will he comes on sit on flower, or will he come sit on that his vahan, or will he sit on some drum? So how it will come, that is basically defined once. That is there inside that molding. How the molding is made of, as many ideals you prepared out of that mold, all will comes in the same way. So that is your data type. And as many molds, as many Ganesh idols you are making, they are all data objects. So number of data objects we are creating, because number of Ganesh idols we are producing according to our requirement. Each one will have its own color. So once if the Ganesh idol is made from the mold, one thing you can apply blue color, one thing you can apply red color, one thing you can apply gold color, whatever your wish. They're all independent data objects. Everyone is an object. That is the meaning of object. Object means which you can sense, which you can touch, which you can visualize, which is the meaning of existency. That is called object. In real life also we use that word called objects. Objects surrounding us. Object means the one which you can see, which you can feel, which you can touch. So here also that is called data object. Where the data is being stored, that is called data object in the programming language. But how that data object is made? By using one molding, because that molding is basically defining certain characteristics. How much height will that Ganesh idol will come? It depends who is deciding the height of the Ganesha. How do you know how much height of that Ganesh idol will come out after making? Where is that information? Will that Ganesh idol come 1 feet or 2 feet or 10 feet? Who is deciding that? I mean, how do you know that? Where is that information? So yeah, I'm making one Ganesh idol by using one molding. I'm making one Ganesh idol by using one molding. Don't I know how long will it come out before I make it? Or before I make it itself, will I come to know what would be the height of that idol or not? Or suddenly it will born as 5 feet height, or suddenly will it born as 10 feet height? Or do I know before itself even that this would be the height of my Ganesha which I am making? Where is that? How do you know that? That mold defines what will come out. That mold will decide how Ganesh will come out. And all the objects you are making by using the same mold will be the same. But everyone is an independent object. So every object will have its own information within it, will have its own colors and others. But all that objects are getting born by the mold. At the same time, can we bring that mold and can we do puja to that mold? No. So data types, you find the difference between data types and data objects here. So as we cannot use mold for puja to bring it to home, here data types, you cannot store anything within the data types. It is a definition only. It is describing. Ultimately, at the end, it is producing the objects. And objects are the existency. And that objects will have the values. Every object will have its own values. If you wanted to store a value, even if you have data type, no use of it. If you have 10 molds, say you have 10 different molding shapes with you. Ganesh idol molding 10 moldings you have, but you don't have single Ganesh idol. What does that mean? You have 10 moldings, but you don't have single Ganesh idol. That means you have 10 data types, but you have not created any single data object in that program. You have not created any variables. So like that, you should be able to differentiate the difference between data types and data objects. So all these data types also we have seen in our previous examples. Integer is a data type, character is a data type. Then all these are called standard data types. That means all these are created, defined by SAP system in the ABAP language, and we are using that. Just simply it is like ready-made moldings available. So we are using them and we are defining our variables we required. But sometimes what will happen, certain times you may have a requirement. You may have a requirement in such a way you wanted some data object to store values differently. But for creating that kind of Ganesha, none of your ideals are helping out. You wanted one Ganesha to be like in sleep mode, like in fall in sleep kind of shape. You have 10 moldings. Yeah, Ganesha, that trunk, ears, hands, legs, everything is coming. But still even you have a different purpose, you have a different requirement. You might have 10 moldings, but none of that molding, that means none of that data types will work out to prepare the object you want. But if that is your requirement, first what should you do? See, what I'm saying is that I have so many standard data types. Integer type, character type, data type, time type. And by using these data types, I'm very comfortable in creating various data objects. I'm so happy, my life is going smooth. But suddenly I got a requirement. I have to create one data object to store some data. But to create that type of data object, to create that kind of container, there is no data type, suitable data type is available in the system. Is it a character type? No, 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 no. It is not character. I want to store one character, one number, one date all together inside that. So that is the kind of data I wanted to store within that. But shall I declare it as an integer variable? No, 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 no. Integer variable not work out here. I wanted to store something different. I wanted to store some different value. In that way, none of these data types will fulfill my requirement. That one only I'm comparing with the Ganesh ideals. Like I have 10 moldings and I'm making different sizes of Ganeshas. Okay. But now I have a different requirement in which my Ganesha should come not only with 4 hands, 2 legs, 2 ears like that, and one trunk, not like that, but that the Ganesha should come like in a sleeping mode, like falling ready, getting ready for sleep kind of flat model I want. If that is my requirement to make that kind of Ganesha, first what should I do? But none of my moldings will make the Ganesh ideal in that shape.
We need to create a new mold.
Exactly. You have to create a new mold to produce that kind of ideal output. That means if you compare that here in the technical terminology, what should you create here?
Create new data type.
Exactly. We have to create new data types. Is it possible? Yes. We can develop our own data types also. We can develop our own data types also, so that our containers also, our data objects also will acquire different different characteristics, and I can able to store different types of data. For example, I wanted to buy this type of bag. Look at this bag on the screen. But in the market, this type of bags are not available. But this is my very unique requirement, so that I can store different content within that. But if I can get this type of bag directly from the market, standard data type, then my job is done. But there is no such type of bag being available in the market. Then I have made it at home. I stitched it like that. First, I bought the outside bag only, because this entire outer bag I cannot make it. So that I bought, but inside that I have made some kind of arrangement within myself, and I made this kind of compartment cells. Finally, I prepared one thing which can help me out to store the different type of. So previously, earlier, can you make this kind of data object by using any of the standard data types? No. Can I store integer and character both in single variable? No. But now in the single bag, I can store them, because this is completely made up differently. When you go to market, somebody asks, hey, where did you buy this? Then we will proudly say, no, no, I only made it. I only made it. It is not, I did not buy this anywhere. I only made it like this. At home, because your purpose is driving you, your requirement is driving you. What will happen? At your home, you will take 2 different bags and both you will stitch together, and you will make a jumbo bag and you will take it to the shop, and somebody will get impressed with that and will say, hey, this is looking very nice. Where did you buy this? Then you will say, no, 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 I only made this. It is custom data types. Depend on your requirement. We have to create that. How do we create? Let us go to our program again, team. Hope you are able to look at my SAP screen. So here, from the variables V1 to V8, I have created all of these by using so many standard data types like integer, character, numeric character, date, time, packet decimals, and character with some length 20, and string type also. But this time, what I'm doing, I'm creating a new data type. If you wanted to develop a new data type, we will create with the keyword called types. So types, V9 of type C, something like that you say. Can someone tell me what is the difference from V1 to V8 and what is the difference or what is the difference between V8 and V9? Here the name I given V8, here the name I given V9, but technically what is the first difference between V8 and V9? So here V8 equal to, you say I'm storing some value star. V9 is equal to, I'm storing some simple hash. Tell me team, what is the difference between V8 and V9 in this case? Both are mean for the same, or did you see any difference there? I mean, don't look at this string. Okay, just think like it is also character, or let me say this one also. See what's wrong in there for some time. Then can someone describe what is V8 and what is V9? So can I store hash symbol in V9? Let me put star. What wrong? V8 is a Ganesh idol. V9 is a molding. You see the difference very clearly between those two, because in real time, because you will easily able to distinguish the difference between an ideal and a molding, right? Like that here also, V8 is a data container. It is a data container in which you can store something. V9 is not a container. It is actually created with a different keyword. The keyword is types. The types is describing this is a data type, but not data object. This is a data type, but not data object. You can store value only in the data object. I told you, molding we cannot bring to home for puja. Same types we cannot use to store the data. So here V8 is a data object because this is created by the keyword data. Always you have to look at the first word, how it is being made. You have to observe that. And this is created as a type only. So definitely V9 is not eligible to store anything within it because it is not a data container. It is just only a data type. You can store anything in V8. Similarly, don't compare V9 because V9 itself, first of all, is not a data object. It is a data type. We must be able to clearly notice the difference. This is the same thing will applicable even when it comes to the object-oriented programming. Your class will become the data type. From the class, whatever instances you are creating, that will become the data objects. That means you can store the content, you can store the information in the instances, data objects, but not in the class because class will behave like a data type. Of course, it will come later. We will talk at the terms, but even for that, these definitions, this understanding is very crucial because the very primary terminology, all this is the very primary terminology. The more clarity you have on the primary terminology, very complex level of understanding of subject also, we can able to digest it. So this is a data type. So then why I have created V8? So definitely I can use this one now as a data type for declaring my variables. For suppose how I am creating one example here, you see. So data like some like P1 of type V9. Can I do this? Yes, exactly. Absolutely, I can do this. So here P1 is the name of my variable. Now in P1, I can store something. How this P1 is created? This is defined by using V9. Then I have to go and say, what is V9? So V9 is basically a data type. What type of data type it is? It is again a character based, really belong like a character type data type. So then somebody will ask, then why should I create a data type like V9? Instead of this, I can directly take type C now. Yes, you can take. You don't need to, we don't create also that kind of objects. Then somebody tell me both P1 and P2 are same type of data objects. So Tim, tell me P1 and P2 are same or equal bags.
Yes, both is character.
Both are character of size 1. Character 1, character 1. But both are created from two different. This is created from V9 or some custom type, but this is created from standard type. Still even this is and this one both are almost like the same similar size of bags. This is also character 1. This is also character 1 like that. Now you understood how to create the types. But when do we create this type of types? Normally, when we wanted to have some complex building, like as shown here, something unusual requirement like this, something unusual requirement when your standard data types are not letting you to do the job done, then we do create some custom types. We will see with a different example tip. So I just described here in this example, but this program I don't want to disturb. Let us go for creating a new program. Demo 5, create. So in this lesson, we are learning how to define custom types. As I said, any custom type, if you wanted to build, you have to give the definition with the types. Okay. So let me define some custom types. So types, name of type C, and the 20 I have created. Now basically, this name is actually not a variable. This is a type, because look at here. This is created by the keyword types. Now this one I can use here in my program to simplify my program. So data first name of type name, data last name of type name, data surname of type name. See, now what type of variables are these three? First name, last name, and surname. What is the characteristic of this data container? What I can store in this first name? I can store any characters of length 20. But here you look at this, I did not mention. This is defined as one custom type for me. Now all these variables, first name, last name, surname, are created with reference to this particular data type. What is name? It is not a standard data type. It is not C, D, something. This is a custom type which I have created. But how I created it? This is created with reference to the standard type with length 20, something like that. Then somebody might ask, why should we create like this? We can create like this also now. Of course, these two are same. But look at the code. Look at the code. Though it is making sense about writing one more line, but which one is easy to read, easy to understand? In your program, when you write multiple lines of code, wherever you see this name, you will understand that, okay, it is some 20 length size. But here, every time, first name character 20, second name character 20, third name character 20. Rather, you have created your own custom type. That custom type you have used for the declaration of your variables. So even individually, personally, which one is the first 3 lines of it is 4 lines, it is 3 lines. Still even, which is making more readable, more easy to understand?
First one.
First one, approach, programming approach. So like that, we can create some custom types too. Not only that, another set of so we will comment this. Is this correct? Yeah, exactly. No syntax errors. Then I can store first name is equal to Ravi, last name is equal to Kumar, surname is equal to Rav Kumar Pedda. Then I can display all their names, display first name, last name. I can store something. So that is making the program more readable. Similarly, what else are the other types of data types I can create? I can create something like this also, like types, amount of type P, decimals 2. So I have created another data type of my own. This time my data type is name is amount. What is the type it is? It is with reference to P with the decimals 2. I have completely embedded that definition in my new data type amount. Now here I can write here data price of type amount, data gross of type amount, data net of type amount. So every time I'm using my data type amount. Amount is my own data type, but this is created with some decimals too. So that means it is a numeric value with decimals too. This is a numeric value with decimals too. This is a numeric value with decimals too. Every time I know need to mention that here because that is captured inside one definition. That is captured inside a definition. That definition I am using for the declaration of my variables, for the declaration of my container elements, or for the declaration of my data objects. So this kind of programming we do right when developing applications, because we use it to handle multiple data element, multiple data objects, multiple amount of data we need to process. So during that times, not only the data objects, but data types also very significant. How are you catching the difference between data object and the data type team? Everyone, is it clear? Any questions on this subject line? Don't hesitate to ask any questions. Feel free. Is it clear, team, for everyone?
Yes.
But the purpose not only getting limited over here, team. Even we will be extending this even for making up much more progress. Now, something like as I have shown as a bag-like container with multiple components. I wanted to store. So now let us extend this discussion with making it even more complexity. So I wanted a data type in such a way where I wanted to store one my employee ID, I mean to say my name, my age, and my weight. My name, my age, and my weight. I wanted to store all these three values, but I don't want three different variables. But name is different, my age is different, my weight is a decimal with 35.65 kilos or something like that. My age is a number, some integer number. My name is a character string. But I wanted to store all this information not in three different variables, but I wanted to store in a single variable. Then what should be that variable type? So what is that? Data. Here I am saying record of type one record. Oh, but what type should I use? Type I? No. Type C? No. Type string? No. They're all scalar types. It will help you only to store only one value. But I wanted to store three different values, but only in a single data container, in a single holder, in a single element, not to have multiple elements for that. So those are actually called as structure objects, we can say. Then how do we create that type of data container? As I have shown in the picture here, I wanted to store multiple things within the same one without getting all of them get messed up. Anything I can pick up easily, anything I can put it inside that, because every one of them is having a separate individual cabins for that. If you wanted to create that kind of object, you have to prepare first one relevant data type like that. Let me make such a data type. This is the syntax for that. So begin off. Let me say some name, any name you can give. So like this, first you will make one. This is a block. Types begin of employee, types end of employee. So this is the starting and end. Within that, what are the how many compartments do you want? I want 3 compartments. What should be the compartment names? C1, C2, C3. Again, what is C2? What is C3? You cannot understand it. So give some meaningful names. First compartment name employee ID. Second compartment name employee name. Third compartment employee is. So like this. I wanted 3 compartments within that. Finally, it is only one data type. The data type name is employee, which contains 3 different compartments within this. But what I wanted to store in employee ID? What I wanted to store? I wanted to store some numerical character. Employee ID is a 0005, something like that it is coming. So of type N, length 5, I wanted to store. What I wanted to store in employee name? It is a character type of length 20. And what is age? This is an integer of type I wanted to store. But still even, so this is one data type ultimately I'm making up. Within that, I wanted to have 3 different compartments. Each compartment name, I give an employee ID, employee name, and age. Here, you have to follow the same thing, types. That keyword should be continued. Types. Basically, you don't think that these are all the types, team. These are all called types. No. These are the internal sections only. This is only your type name. Employee is becoming your type name. So this is how we will create one complex structure type as well. Then type is prepared, type is made. We can start use of that. How do we start use of this employee now? Let's create. How do you create the data object team? You know, everyone knows by this time data object creation, variable creation. How do you create the variable? Tell me the syntax. Data. Come on, you should say.
Name of the variable.
Okay, even.
Type. Data type name.
What is the data type you created?
Employee.
Employee. Employee is a data type you created, team. It is not a content. Employee is a data type. Just now you created. You see, look at here. When it is types, that means you have made a new molding. You have made a new type. So data E2 of type employee. As many employee records you want, that many objects you will create. Anyhow, E1 is an employee object now. Now in E1 you can store. Then in E1 what can I store? Employee name John. Can I store like this? No, no more. Because this E1 is made up in such a way, it has 3 individual cells. It has 3 individual components. In which compartment you wanted to store that item also you should mention. So that you will refer like this. E1-EID. Employee ID. Employee ID 0001. Then what is the second compartment name? E1-E name. Prabhu. I did not store the third one. Okay, that's my wish. I'm leaving that compartment empty. I'm fine with that. All compartments I don't require to fill. Say I fill this compartment, I fill this compartment, I fill this compartment. These 2 compartments I left empty. What's wrong in that? I don't have anything to put it there. But now I just kept it empty like that. Here also, in this structure variable, E1 is a data object it is created. So it exactly works like this thing. What is its name? This compartment name is E1. Sorry, this variable name is E1. In this one, this first compartment name is EID. Second compartment name ename. Third compartment name yes. Now EID I stored 00001 I stored. In ename what is stored? Prabhu I stored. Then what is this value? No value is there. That's okay. When I display also, this value I will display, this value I will display. If I try to display as age will become 0 because you know by default it is an integer variable, so it will hold 0. That only will be there. If I wanted to store some of his age also, I can store. But finally, this is 3 variables, or is it one container? Is it one bag, or do I have 3 different bags?
One bag.
One bag. What is the name of the bag?
E1.
E1. That's it. Can I create one more bag like that? E2?
Yes.
Yes. I can create as many as I want. Same thing. Did I store any values here? No, I did not store any values here. Whenever I want, I can store. But I have 3 different compartments. That values will not get messed. But ultimately, my program only has 2 variables. First variable E1, second variable E2. But just instead of calling them variables, we are calling them structures. We will call them internal tables. We will call them class objects. We will use different names. Sometimes we'll call work area, sometimes we'll call structures, whatever it is, they're all data containers. All are there for storing some information. How big it is, how small it is, what you can store, what you cannot store, that is absolutely decided by the corresponding data type. Here again, I can store E1-case is equal to 55. Yeah, like that you can able to store the data. Finally, if you wanted to display the output also, you can display the output. E1-EID. Employee is E1-is. Always you have to refer that particular value with the relevant name of that compartment of that particular cell. Let's check this program. Activate the program. Execute the program. Employee ID 00001. Name is Prabhu. Employee is okay. This one I should change the description. Is 55. So like that, I could able to get the output. So we have created one complex structure type. One structure type we created by this way, and by using this type employee, I could able to create a container. In that container, I could able to access each cell, each compartment, and I could able to store some data. And finally, we have accessed that data also. While storing the data, this is the notation. While accessing the data, this is the notation. Structure name hyphen field name. Structure name hyphen field name. That particular compartment name, that particular cell name, you should represent. But you cannot display all of them at once. Every compartment, every component, you have to call one after one only. If I say write E1, will it display the whole stuff? No, it will not display, but it will work out in a different case that we can do an experiment on that and then observe the results and then tell me. We have to find out if I do like this, what will happen? Will it show an error or will it display anything? What it is displaying, why it is behaving like that? Those things we should do the self-exploring. Similarly, let me create one more container also. Wow, I created one more container like this. Now here, I will store one employee ID here, 0002 I will store here. E2 employee ID is equal to 0002. E2 is equal to 65. Okay, employee will get rated at 65. So let me put 60. I did not store the name. Let me display the records of second employee also. I have created another employee record. Here it is E2. But after it is created, I stored only employee ID and employee age. I forgot to store the employee name here. That means the data is like this. His age is 60, it is there, but still this field is blank. I did not store any of his name in this compartment. Then when I'm trying to display, obviously it is a character type field, so it will have the blank space only. The blank only will be displayed, default values. As today I already told last class, last session, we discussed. So his age is, his name is blank. If I not stored age value, it will come 0. And numeric character will come 0. This will come space. And the default values will come. I wanted to copy, now I wanted to copy first employee name to second employee name. How do I do that? I wanted to copy this value to here. Not entire E1, I wanted to copy to entire E2. If that is the case, I can do like this. E2 equal to E1. If E2 equal to E1, if I write, the complete information of E1 will overwrite here. But I wanted to copy only his name to here. So how do we copy that? E2 hyphen ename.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the calculation scenarios in ABAP on HANA? Option A, to define and execute complex calculations on database data. Option B, to handle user authentication. Option C, to optimize disk storage. Option D, to manage database connections. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section.
So by doing this way, I am copying the name of the first employee into the name of the second employee field. Only that, remaining all untouched, so that values remains the same. A60, employee ID, this one, these two remain the same. Only this value is only getting copied into this, right? So let us check the results now. Activate this, execute this. Perfect. His name also Prabhu, his name also Prabhu, but his ID is are different. But if you, instead of doing this, if you do this way, what will happen? The complete information of you stored these values, but after that, what you did, this entire structure you copied onto this. So this value will overwrite here, this value will overwrite here, this value will overwrite here. Ultimately, the complete record of E1 and E2 both will remain the same. E2 equal to E1. If I do this, let us observe the results. What will happen? Even I'm displaying the E2 data, both records will come because the same E1 data is copied into E2. All right, team. And then let us understand how to clear the content. Both are displayed. Somehow I wanted to once again erase. I wanted to erase the complete information of E2. I mean, employee 2 name is wrong. I wanted to erase that. There is a command called clear. Clear E2 E name. If I set this, what will happen, you know? So here some Prabhu or John or whatever is there here. So when I said clear E2 E name, this value will be cleared. This value remains. Only this value will get cleared. That means you are saying, hey, in that bag, that third cell, you just make it empty. Go to that bag. In that bag, there is a center cell is there. Now you bring everything what is there in that compartment, in that pocket. So the pocket will become blank. We are addressing that particular spot. Clear E2 ename will clear the content in that structure at that field. Like that, any single field you can clear team. Any normal variables also you can clear. But if you wanted to clear the entire information of E2, simply you can write like this. Clear E2 will clear all the values of E2. All these values will get cleared at once. It will become blank. So you can store like that. You can clear individual fields or the entire fields of that structure also. You can clear by using these commands. So in this program, we have learned how to create some custom types like this and using them for declaring objects, or how to build some complex structure types also. And by using that, how to declare some containers with multiple pockets and storing the values within that we discussed. But here, if you look at this example, you see types, all the lines anyhow starting with types. So I already told you one shortcut operator. When all the continuous sequence of statements coming with same keyword, I told you, right, we can avoid the uses of the keywords by putting this shorthand operator. So I can put comma here, comma here, I can put comma here, finally one full stop. And these words I can take off. No, sorry, I did not copy this last line now. So here also I should put comma, finally dot. I'll comment this. These two are same. The above definition and below definition both are same. What we did, just instead of repeating that keyword types every time, we write it only once. And by putting comma, this is applicable to all the statements. until the end. Originally, this is the original definition. This is the shortcut way of writing. That's it. Here also, invisibly, the types is continuing for all these statements. Is it clear, team? So this is how we do create local types. But now I have a different requirement. Here I stored one employee, E2. I stored another record. Then someone will ask, so here employee 1, here employee 2, here employee 3. You just think like, if I have 100 employees, will I create 100 variables like this? 100 container elements should I create to store? So in E1 I stored one employee. In E2 I stored employee. Now in my program I have to store 100 employees data. My program has to deal with the 100 employee records, because I wanted to compare whose salary is highest, whose salary is lowest, and who is experienced, whose performance rating is high, etc., etc. I wanted to store 100 employees records in my program. From where the data is coming, just keep it aside. Just to think, we will come to that point after some time. But if I wanted to store 100 employee records, will I declare 100 variables like this? Can we make up 100 variables? Then
No, sir.
no. Then we will come across a need. Can I store multiple records once again in the single container? Yes. So now look at here, same thing. Can I store 001, 002, 003 like this? Prabhu record 55, Kishore 45, Sudha 40, etc. What is this name? Don't get confused with this even and this even. Let me take this R1. Or let's say T1, table 1. So should I create 100 variables like this, or shall I have only one variable in which I can able to store multiple records also? Again, all are different. Each one is a record and bunch of records. And this is how many variables totally? This one is how many variables totally? I mean to say, sorry, my question might be wrong. This is how many containers totally? This is how many bags I mean to say?
Single container.
Single container object. What is the container name here?
T1.
T1. So here in this example, left-hand side example, how many containers we taken?
5 containers.
Okay, I will take up that. 3 containers. So 3 containers, 3 records. Single container, more records. Depend on the requirement. Again, I'm saying, team, when you are going to market, which bag will you take? It exactly depends on the need. It exactly depends on the need. When you're going to market just to buy some lemons, you don't carry a 10 kilo bag with you for buying 5 lemons or 6 lemons. You'll just simply take one simple bag which you can keep it in your pocket and you will go. But when you are going to the market to buy about 10 kilos of vegetables, then the same simple bag is not sufficient at all. So which one will you carry along with you when you are going to the market is absolutely driven by your need. That a decision making, that common sense will tell us this is what is my purpose, what is my need, for which what should I carry. Similarly, on top of your need. So first we have seen this type of example. variable 1. So in this variable, I could able to store some data. Only name I could able to store. From the variables in which you can store anytime only one value, we moved on to the structures so that I can able to store multiple values as a single record. But again, my record count is increasing, and my number of containers are increasing. Can't I store all of that multiple records? Because here there is a commonality. All the records looks like same. Then can't I store multiple records in the single container? Yes, we can. Then how to store? But before that, how to create that kind of container? This is the way. We already created E1, E2, E3. We have already seen here. So this is a structure type you already have. What is this employee team? What is this employee?
Data type.
It is a data type. Just to differentiate that, we do create some keyword called ty. We will write it, but I'm not writing here because by looking at that, you will tell it is a type. That's why I'm not writing those naming standards here. You follow the concept, then you will. Otherwise, by looking at here ty, yeah, you will say it is a type because here ty is there. Na? That is just a name we given. If I give something else, will it become something else without a type? No matter what, it is always a type. But now this program, how I wanted a container in which I can able to store multiple records also. But unfortunately, E1 cannot store multiple records. My E2 also cannot store multiple records. But I wanted something in which I can store multiple records. How do I create that kind of stuff? This is the way. Data T1 of type. Look at here thing. Very simple. Data T1 of type. Just you have to use one more addition called table of same type. You look at these two lines, you will simply understand the difference between E1 and T1. That is also employee type. This is also employee type. But here, I just additionally used one more keyword called table of. By writing table of, system will understand that, hey, this guy wanted to store multiple records. Let me create multiple rows in this T1. Then your T1 will be prepared like this, which is letting you to create multiple rows. Then usually some questions will raise here. How many rows we can store? No problem, guys. Unlimited. System will keep on add memory space to that. You don't bother about the number of records, how many you can store. As many as you want, you can store. Keep adding the rows. So now T1 is prepared. T1 is made up. Here. See, look at these two lines and understand the difference. This is also created from employee. This is also created from employee. But what is the difference between E1 and T1 here? Same, if you don't answer questions, yes, if you don't answer questions, I don't understand whether you guys are following or not, who is listening, who is not. Still, even you can still see, look at this, look at that Excel sheet. Look at how the E1 is formed. Look at how the T1 is formed. This entire name is T1. Don't say this row is called T1. This is T2. Not no. This entire orange, this saffron item. This is your T1. That entire bag. These are all individual bags. So finally, we have created that kind of T1 as well. Then how do I store the data in that T1? Okay, now T1 is prepared up, right? Now how do I store 001 Prabhu 55 002? Unfortunately, here in E1, if you wanted to store the data, you can write like this. E1 hyphen EID is equal to 0001. You can write like this. In E1, you can store, or in this name, this Prabhu name, I wanted to change to Jadeja. So simply I can change E1 E name is equal to Jadeja. I can change. So this name got changed. But here we cannot do like that. T1 employee name T1 employee ID. You cannot do that because system don't understand employee name means this name or this name or this name. It cannot understand. It is a table. In structure only it is possible to refer individual fields, but in this table it is not possible to refer your individual fields. Then how do I handle this? To handle this one, this type of structure, this T1 in our ABAP terminology, we call it as internal table. That is nothing but here this T1 only is called internal table, in which you can able to store multiple records. This E1 are called structure objects. These are variables, simple, singular, only single element variables. Single container, but with multiple pockets are called structures. Same thing with the multiple rows. That is called internal table. But if you wanted to handle this internal table, how do you store the data in this? How do you display this data from the internal table? Again means to work with internal table, you need to create one helper. He needs some assistant. This T1 needs one assistant. Like T1, we need one single container element. So there is one big drum, very big drum. Some big oil drum is there. If you wanted to pour some oil from that, you cannot lift it. You cannot lift it and you cannot bend it and you cannot pour it. Certainly you have to use a small mug in your hand and you have to take some small quantity from there. From the bucket also, the whole bucket you don't lift up and then you will pour the water on your head. You will take up some quantity from there by using the help of a mug. Bucket also will hold water, mug also will hold water. And if you want to fill the bucket also, it is not possible to, you just think like a very big bucket. You cannot drag it under the tap. You will fill the water in mug and you will pour it in bucket. Again you will fill, you will pour it. Again you will fill and again you will dump it in the bucket. Like that, as like an example, like a big bucket and a mug, either for filling the bucket or for reading the data from the bucket, getting the content out of it. As the mug in your hand is helping you. Similarly, for internal tables also, to store the data within it, to read the data from there, we need to take the help of one mug. So this is your mug in layman terminology. Technically, we call this one as work area, or also we can call it as like structure. It is also a structure basically, same like this, but which we have created for the purpose to help to your internal table. We call it as work area. Same like even this. What is the difference between even and this one? Both are same. And will it have a name? Yes, of course, he will have. So he is let's say called even. He is an assistant. He is an assistant to help to even. Both even and even both are same team. Look at here. Both are same. So this is a structure created similar to your internal table structure. A structure created as like your internal table representing one single row. Here you can fill. How do you fill? A1 employee ID is equal to something, because you have seen, you already learned that concept only you're applying. So here by default here there is no data. What I will do here, 001 Prabhu is 55. First, you will fill the water in the mug. You will take it up and you will pour it. You will, fill it in the bucket. How do you do that? You will write this command: append A1 to T1. There is a command called append. What will happen? This information will go and will fall here. Will get appended there. Fantastic. First record we filled in. First a mug of water we filled in that bucket. After that, what we will do? I will say clear A1. All this data will get cleared because of course I should, otherwise still it will be there. So you will do clear A1. This command will add but does not clean this data. Let's clean this again. And again start fill with the new data. 0002 Sudha is 50. This record also to be added. No? Again you write append A1 to T1. This data will simply go and get appended here. Again you have to do clear A1. This data will get cleared. Let's do the same thing. Again clear will clear this data. So this is a continuous process like this. But of course, we will find a lot of shortcuts for doing this. But technically, no matter what shortcuts you do use, but technically, this is the only way we can store some data in the internal table, and also we can read the data also from the internal table. So variables you can play freely, structures you can play freely, internal tables are heavy so that we cannot play with them freely. We need to take the help of one assistant. That assistant structure we have to create. He is behaving the role like a mug if you think he is a bucket. And then this particular structure, we also call it as a structure variable or a work area also you can call up to your needs. But this is the behavior. Let us see through an example. So this program is working fine. Now from this program, what I will do, I don't want to disturb this program. I will create one more program. So this type remains the same. E1 is created as a structure. T1 is created. Okay, let me take his assistant A1. So this is a new program. Check for the errors. Absolutely good. Activate the program. Not activated. If you run the output, will I get any output? No, because I did not write any write statements here. So no output will come. So I created a structure team here. Same structure. It is a structure type actually. Sorry, I should not call it a structure type. Then I created one work area and one internal table like this, as I have shown in this example, one T1 and one A1, one assistant to one table, right? So with the help of this guy A1, I will fill the data into T1, but directly I cannot pour the data in T1. So E1 employee ID, employee name is given, and after that I should say append A1 to T1. First record added to your internal table. After that, I will say clear that, and again I will add another set of records after this. 002 Sudha is 50. Again, I will append that record. It is added. Again, I will clear that. So successfully, I have added 3 records into my internal table. It is added, but how do I know they got added? If I able to display that data from the T1 only, I will come to know that all are added, isn't it? 3 records are appended to the internal table. What is internal table? Internal table name here?
A1.
What is the work area name?
A1.
A1. See, team, I'm hearing the answer only from one voice every time. Only one participant is there in the class. Please respond. I wanted to know how many rows totally are there in my internal table now. There is some techniques for that to come to know how many records are there in your internal table. But before go there, now I wanted to display the data. For displaying the data, there is one easy shortcut because there could be hundreds of records there. So I wanted to get all of them. I can use this same guy, same bucket, same mug I can, so this mug I use it to fill the water. Again, the same mug I can use to get the water also out of the bucket, right? Or else I will use a different mug. I can use another container. Let me take a different container. His name is A2. Why am I taking this guy? This guy basically I have taken to just to show you the difference. Only team. I can play with only this guy, only one mug. I don't need 2 different mugs. But let me work with this 8. I wanted to get first this entire record you should get from internal table to this work area. Then from A2 you can display the data. After that second record should come from internal table to your work area. This record also you can display. Then third record should come from internal table to your work area. Then the third record also you can display. You cannot display directly from T1, but you can display only from structure because you have already seen that. Structure only you can store, structure only you can display. So from internal table, each record one after one should come to my work area. From there, I wanted to display it on my screen. How do we do that? There is a looping, and this procedure should continue until I reach the last record. Maybe 10 records, 20 records, 40 records, I don't know. But that process I wanted to continue until I read all the data of my internal table. How do we do that? There is a command here called loop at. So loop at, what is your internal table name? T1. Loop at T1 into every record should come to what? First record. First record should come into to whom? First record you're expecting to come into whom?
A2.
A2. This one you are using now, team. This guy you are using right now for getting all the data one after one. So you will write the command like this. Loop at T1 into A2. So first record will come. Let me display quickly that data. A2 hyphen employee ID. So this is an automatic stuff. This loop will continuously repeat. First record will come to A2, that is displayed. When it comes to end loop, it will check still is there any more record? Yes. It will go again back. It will get the second record. It will get the third record, fourth record. After the first record displayed, you better always, because it is displayed already. So you better clear that. Clear the data of A2. Always make that mug very clean. First record came here, it is displayed, and after that you clear that. Of course, anyhow second record will come, second record will fall in, second record will copy here, but still it is always a good practice, clear this data. Then second record will come into your work area, this will be displayed. After the displaying, purposefully we are clearing this, we are keeping this empty. Then third record will come, it will fall in here. That also is displayed. After displayed, again we are clearing that. We are always keeping this because this is an assistant, not the clearing of work area will not clear the data of your internal table. So no issue at all. Your data always is safe in the internal table. This is how reading the data from internal table. This one is writing the data to internal table. Writing means storing. Storing the data into internal table, reading the data from the internal table. Let us see. After clearing better in the loop only, I will display some stars. At the end of every record, first record printed, cleared, then I displayed star. Again second record. So between a record to record within the loop, I wanted that stars also to be displayed. Check for the errors. Will A2 is unknown. Okay. Have I taken A1? Okay. I did not declare A2 here. See, why am I taking 2 marks? No point, no necessary. Just for storing one thing and reading one thing, I am using 2 things only. Not compulsory. Still same A1 also I can use for demonstration, for easy understanding, avoid confusion only. I'm doing that. Still, if it is making unnecessary confusion, let me know. So first record displayed, stars. Second record displayed, stars. Third record also displayed, stars. After displaying every record, I'm displaying star line also. All these are displayed only because of this loop. See, there is nowhere write statement, but all are displayed. That means this loop executed continuously 3 times. 3 times, all the 3 records got read and displayed on the screen. This is how we can store data in the internal table, display the data also from the internal table. Still, we are not getting to the database tables, Mara tables, customer tables, vendor tables. First, programming concepts we are understanding. After that, all these techniques we will apply on the real business cases. First, techniques you should know. It is simply to say, this is something like I'm teaching you drawing. First, when I'm teaching drawing, what should I teach you? How to draw landscape, how to draw one beautiful buildings. First, I should teach you how many brushes you have, what is called H1 brush, what is called P1 brush, what is the types of brushes, what is it, how to mix the colors, what is the properties of colors. Learn the basics. After that, I can give you the assignment. Someone should draw one landscape, and someone should draw one building, and someone should draw Himalaya photos, whatever it is. There, the skills that you learned will comes into the picture about applying for the need, for the requirement. Who can draw the better landscape? Because all of you are taught the basic skills about how to use brushes, paints, colors, everything, similar way. But the moment when you are applying your skill on the need, on the development, there the application skills will be vary. That's the reason no one's paint looks like the same like others one. Somebody draw very fantastic picture, but all learn the skills in the similar way. But while applying their skills along with their thought process, the output results will be vary. Similarly for programmers also. All programmers will learn the same skills because I'm teaching the same thing for every one of you. But when the real requirement comes, how you are applying this skill set over there will make the differentiation. You can able to apply your skills only when you are very sure about the fundamental skills. If the fundamentals are not strong, certainly that gap you will see while applying your skills. Okay, see when I run the program, here I'm getting this title using types. Actually, this is not the type I given for this program because I copied my previous program's title only coming here. But this title should get changed for this new program because I copied from the old program, so same title also get copied here. That is your question, right? Before?
Yes, Sridhar. Yes.
Right. If you wanted to change that, so here, this is your program. Anyhow, if you want to change the program, you can go to change. But here you can change this coding only, not that particular title. If you want to change that one, here, don't select the source code. If you come down, here one section is there. What is this?
Attributes.
You go to attributes and then go to change. The program attributes, what are copied from there will come here. So here, it is not using tags, but using internal tables. Something you can change. So I went to attributes of this program. Not again, come back to source code, to activate it and then execute it. It will work with your new. So this is about defining custom types, internal tables, storing the data in internal table, reading the data from the internal table at a very generic level, normal level. From there on, we will take it into more complex structures, types of internal tables, etc., team. But this concept always should be there in your mind. The difference between a variable and a structure and an internal table and the helpers to the internal table.
Hey there, want to become a whiz at managing supplies? Our SAP ABAP on HANA course is just what you need. You can take it at your speed on our site. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP ABAP on HANA. It's like a toolkit for planning things, from ensuring we have enough products to getting them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced tips. It's created by experts who really know their stuff. Your instructors are pros who've been at this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And guess what? Our students love the course too. Folks just like you have found our course super useful. Best part? It's budget friendly. This amazing chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP ABAP on HANA Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more details, head to ZaranTech's website.